When you send our children to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Que su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
To know that the administrative offices, they have my back. Not only my back, but they have my child's back.
Every child, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of income, regardless of need, every child deserves to have their needs met.
No one person can do it alone. The teachers can't do it alone. Administration cannot do it alone. It's going to take the parents, the community.
I'm very thankful for the partnerships that we have with our communities in both cities that represent our school district. We always ask the question, how can we even do this better? And I think that's where community schools come in because that takes us to the next level.
All right, welcome to the March 7th, 2024 regular Board of Education meeting. In a moment, we'll be going into closed session. Time will be given at the speaker's discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. Superintendent, will you call roll?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Hui.
Here.
All are accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you. In closed session, we will be discussing any of the following items: student matters, employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference with real property negotiators, or personnel matters. So are there any public comments related to closed session? None in person, none online. In that case, we will be recessing into closed session. Be back at 6 o'clock for open session. All right, calling back to order the March 7th, 2024 regular Board of Education meeting. Welcome to all of you who have shown up in between closed and now. Happy to have you here tonight. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That brings us to item 4C, broadcast statement. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and the members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comment during board meetings are an important component of the public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. Superintendent, will you take roll?
Mr. Mellior?
Here.
Mr. Merrill?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hui?
Here.
All are accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to item 5, reporting out of closed session. Superintendent, anything to report out of closed session tonight?
Yes, tonight in closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve a resignation and settlement agreement for a certificated employee, number 614658. Pursuant to the agreement, the certificated employee will receive a lump sum payment of 4 months' pay.
Thank you. And on to item 6, adoption of agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll motion.
Motion by Ms. Lofthouse. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Melchior. Superintendent?
It's Mr. Mellinger,
Aye.
Mr. Merrill,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Ms. Larrett,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And on to item 7, special presentations. Item A, students. I believe we do not have any student presentations tonight. Brings us to item B, staff. Item 1, recognition of National Board Certificated Teachers. Superintendent?
Yes, it's my pleasure tonight to introduce our nationally board certified teachers, which we are so proud of. I think we lead the region in the number and the percentage of our NBCT credentialed or certified teachers. And tonight we have Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez, who is going to share an update of this year's nationally board certified teachers.
Thank you.
Welcome, Sarah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, President Hui, Vice President Lorette, all of our trustees, student board members, Dr. Kaligian, and our entire Folsom Cordova family. So this evening, it is my honor to present to you our annual celebration of our teachers for National Board Certification. And I chose that picture. All of you board members or cabinet are so fortunate to get to be on stage at graduation. I'm sure you feel all of that joy that the kids feel there in that picture. And that capstone moment that they have, so excited to go on to the next part of their journey. And that is our charge as teachers, is to harness that joy and curiosity and to build it and to make sure that when our kids get there, that they are well prepared to go on into whatever path they choose. And so I'm going to talk to you about how National Board helps us get there. And here we go. Okay, so National Board Certification is the gold standard in teacher certification. I have shared this with you before, but a reminder into our public who doesn't know about certification. This is the highest level of certification we have in our profession. There are many different pathways to certification, teachers from TK all the way to high school, every certificate area from science to social studies to our reading specialists. But what is united for all of them is those 5 core propositions. So teachers are committed to their students and learning. They know their subjects well. They're responsible for managing and monitoring the student learning. They adjust to meet their students' needs. They think systematically about their practice, and they're members of learning communities, which I know are goals for all of us, for all of our teachers. And then there's some research on the side that talks a little bit about National Board's impact on students, which is why we're all here, and then also on retention for our profession and making sure that we're holding on to our teachers by giving them this professional development. There's 4 components to certification. And the first one is a computer-based content test. The second one is differentiation. And so that is how teachers are adjusting their practice for their students. They all learn differently. I'm sure up there, some of you maybe are using highlighters and pencils, and some are on technology. Others need things read to you. Some want to read it. And so just like that in our classrooms, we have to adjust for our students' needs. And that's what component 2 is all about. Component 3 is all about our teaching practice and our environment, the interaction of teachers with their students, the interaction of students with students that a teacher fosters. And for that, we videotape for our evidence. And just this week, I got to videotape at Cordova High School in one of the AP senior classrooms, kids getting ready to do just that, graduate, like the first slide. And what a gift it was to be in that room. First of all, one of the students was my 5th grade student, so that made it even better. And then to see the learning that was happening and all of the deliberate choices that a teacher made to really foster a good learning environment and adjust as she went. And then the last one, effective and reflective practitioner, really talks about our PLC time that you as a board are committed to give us a release time so that we can all be together. Our community obviously takes a little bit of a burden on that in some ways too, so that they can take their kids early. And that gives us this beautiful gift of time so we can get together and work together. And how are we using that time? They talk about that in how they're a reflective practitioner, as well as how they use assessment to guide their work. And they can go in any order here. They have 3 years to submit. So some teachers are submitting one component, some are doing all 4. And then they have up to 5 years to go through this process. It's 200 to 400 hours. These teachers are working on their own time. We've been meeting on Saturdays once a month at Cordova Meadows and having time together. And I'm really impressed by this group. I'm excited to highlight them in just a minute. Okay. And then how we built back during COVID, I just wanted to highlight our numbers because it was really hard to go through national board certification with COVID. So we had teachers that were all ready and then the world closed down, and so they took a pause. And then we had a few candidates come through. It was hard to show how you can get students to interact with one another when they're all distanced and separated, and there were some challenges with that. And now look at us, we're 15 candidates. And then 1 teacher is up for renewal. So our teachers renew after 5 years. But that's really exciting. We are higher than we were pre-COVID in terms of our teacher candidates. And then the list on the right, you've seen it before. Those are all of the teachers in our district who have certified. Dr. Collegian was correct. We do lead the region in this work. And those highlighted in red are the ones who are actively working in our district. Some have retired, but we're honoring them and keeping their names up. And then those in blue are either in administration or some of them are at district level as well. And we have many of our national board teachers, you see pictures there, have gone on to represent the district at the county level as District County of the Year. Those who are currently in your district, there are 5 of us who've had that honor. And then we have teachers who've represented us at the national level as well that are on that list. And how the district supports, you help with a facilitator, that's me. We have monthly support meetings. Our teachers are giving their own time to come to those. And then we also have funding of candidates and renewal fees. So it's $1,900 to go through national board certification, all 4 components, and the district does support that. And then also gives an annual stipend. But we have the beautiful gift of some state subsidies. So we've saved the district quite a bit of money. We've saved over $13,000 because teachers who are eligible schools, which means 55% or more unduplicated, then are eligible for state funding. And we know the state budget is not so great right now, but they've committed to continuing this program for us. So we're really excited about that and to save our district money, those precious funds. We also have an incentive award for our teachers who are working in the schools that are high priority schools. We know that retention can be harder, more of a challenge sometimes. And so that is a really nice gift, $5,000 a year for 5 years. So we currently will be capturing $40,000 from the state, no cost to us, to help retain our teachers at the schools. All right, and now we are here for our celebrations. And so we have 2 teachers that learned after they submit in the spring, and then they have to wait all the way until the end of November to know if they've certified or not. And so we have Kelly Samuelson, who's certified, and Allison Larson, also certified, 2 Cordova High School teachers. Allie Larson did get the opportunity to go on to work out of the country, and so she has moved on, but we still wanted to honor her and what she's done. And I'm going to invite Kelly Samuelson up. We're going to give her a huge round of applause.
So thank you. Passing national boards has been a huge honor in just being recognized for implementing best practices in teaching. I think that sometimes in the profession, we're under-celebrated for the hard work and dedication that we put in for our students and what we bring to the job every day. So I really appreciate that this district and national boards has all these processes in place for recognizing excellence in our teachers. But I know that this doesn't happen without the guidance of Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez. National board certification represents a culmination of an extreme amount of work, and I know that I wouldn't have been able to go through the process without her guidance in submitting the different components. So she was able to ensure that I could communicate my skills as a teacher to national boards and complete the process successfully. So I'm thankful to her and to the district for supporting this program and recognizing our teachers who go through the process. Thank you.
All right, and then we also have Sarah Swenson, who has recertified with a renewal. And then look at that big list of candidates that we have this year. I'm so thrilled about that. Many of them are here. If your name is on there, will you please stand up so we can give you a big round of applause? And Chrissy came to our district from out of district. She is renewing and going through, that's what MOC means right there, maintenance and certification. And I wanted to share what she said coming from out of district here. To have financial support of Folsom Cordova to gain or maintain their national board certification speaks volumes to the commitment and the support of their teachers in this profession. It shows the district values their teachers and their craft by continuing to provide further educational leadership opportunities. Supporting the national board process financially supports not only the teachers, but spreads to their colleagues and to their students. So thank you to the board for your commitment on this. And with that, I'm going to end with a thank you to all of the departments that help make this work possible. Our curriculum and instruction department helps with this work. Our business services helps us make sure that we get all of our paperwork submitted and those fees paid. Human Resources has committed to even adding into some of the job descriptions you may see that you approve, asking for national board certification. And then, of course, facilities we meet on, I told you, Saturdays, and we appreciate facilities team. And I'm open to any questions, and I hope maybe we can also take a picture.
That'd be great. Yeah, any questions from the board? Comments? I just want to say congratulations. It sounds like an enormous amount of work, and we know it benefits you, but really has a huge impact on your students. And so thank you for doing all of that for those that are going through the process right now. So, thank you. If the board doesn't mind, we'll come down for a picture.
Come on up.
Oh, love the doggo. The best. And then, they get mad. Oh, that, yeah. The dog is great. All right, please, a little squishier, a little more, a little tighter, and oh my goodness. I think Alicia and I are good friends because I'm right up in, right here. Okay, everybody, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that dog just beautifully. Oh, congratulations. All right, very great.
So I was like, that's not my phone. Losing it.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you again. So in our agenda, that moves us to item 7.2, Science, Technology, Engineering, Math, or STEM, and Robotics High School presentation. Superintendent, you'd like to introduce this?
Yes, we're also excited to welcome our team from both Folsom High School and Cordova High School and our district under CTE. This is a request of the board from our September 7th meeting to give an update to our board on what we're doing in STEM and robotics across the district, but this is featuring the work that we're doing at our high school. So Alicia, we'll welcome you and the team that's here with you today.
Good evening, President Hui, Vice President Larrett, school board members, Superintendent Collegian, Executive Cabinet, and staff. I'm Alicia Cadell, and I'm the coordinator of career technical education for the district. As Dr. Collegian mentioned we're here this evening in response to requests from the school board on robotics at our secondary CTE and STEM programs. I'd like to introduce our amazing CTE division leads and CTE teachers, Faith Kaplan from Cordova High School and Tyler Johnstone from Folsom High School. Ooh, that is not the right slide. Wow, okay, hold on. Okay, close your eyes. Faith says you didn't see any of this. Okay, here we are. Here we go. Okay. So in secondary education, STEM programs include robotics in the middle schools. The curriculum includes robotics, engineering, and computer science. We have STEM programs at Folsom and Sutter Middle Schools this year, and we'll be making some improvements at Mills, very exciting new courses next year. Robotics also is a course included in our career technical education programs of study at our 3 comprehensive high schools, Cordova, Folsom, and Vista del Lago. I'd like to invite Faith to present on Cordova High School.
Thank you so much for hearing us and hearing about our programs, because we really have a lot of passion for this. I'm really excited about it. So I'm Faith Kaplan. I'm the engineering lead teacher for the academy at Cordova High School. And I'm going to give you the elevator pitch. So if you ever want to visit my classroom, my door's open, okay? So we rewrote all of our courses about 5 to 6 years ago. And with my advisory board, we came up with this spider diagram. So anytime you come in my classroom, you should see these things, right? You should see creativity in all of our projects, a lot of collaboration, communication, lots and lots of problem solving, especially with coding. So I'm going to go on to our 4 courses that we wrote. In 2019, we rewrote these courses, and they're in the manufacturing sector and the product innovation and design pathway. So I know that this presentation is focused on robotics, so I highlighted in red the projects that are either primarily, if they're darker red, it's primarily robotics, and then lighter red, it's a choice in the project. And I'm going to go through each one of these grades and kind of focus on the robotics. In my freshman course, students are learning all the equipment in the classroom. They're learning how to prototype with cardboard. They're learning how to work in teams. The projects are shorter duration because they're needing to learn how to work in teams and complete projects. At the end, we partner with Cordova Gardens. And so 2 of my students partner with 1 kindergartner, and they interview them, and they find out their needs and their desire for a toy. And then we create that toy in our classroom. We use the microbit with block code as kind of a starter for computer science, and it leads into our sophomore course. And how do I do the video? There's a video on it. Oh, well. Well, there's a video, but all the kids are very delighted in that alligator as it chomps. All right, on the next slide, there's a video. This is, we are using the SumoBot, we're doing a SumoBot contest with a Parallax shield bot. So the students learn how to code and use sensors, and then they create a unique shield coding or cover for the robots. So they, on that one, we had Wall-E and then like a Destructobot with these spinning balls. And then other projects, we use cardboard and other tools and animate it with motors and lights and sensors. I think that's robotics, the other video. And then, so we have a cyber arcade is one of the projects we do on the left side, and the right side is a haunted house we do. And we partner with, we're partnering with Mills. I hope we can continue that if we find a teacher there. But we had them build cardboard structures, and then we added motors and lights and made it really spooky, and the middle schoolers came over. So it was a fun project that we do. In 11th grade, the students are trying to figure out what their careers are. We take them on a lot of field trips, and I have a lot of mentors that come and help the students. And so in this course, we survey civil engineering, manufacturing, and mechanical engineering. And then at the end, in the last quarter, our students partner with the severe and moderate disability students on our campus to create a product for them. So some of these products include electronics and some don't, depending on the needs. So we have a Winnie the Pooh puzzle that does have electronics underneath it, and as you put the pieces in the right spots, they light up to be good, or And then the Sean was somebody with visual impairment, so it was a magnifier that was personalized, and then the other one was a sensory toy. So, and we're currently starting that project now, and there are presentations if you would like to come. And then our capstone course, the first semester, my students go to all 3 of these museums, and they develop and design exhibits throughout the semester. At the end, we do a big presentation with our advisory board and all of the business partners and customers. And so, again, it's a choice whether, or it's actually depending on the customer's needs, is whether or not robotics is included in that. And so Museum of Science and Curiosity is the new museum in Sacramento. And one of their problems was there was a rocket exhibit that didn't give any user feedback to the users as they used it. It just like went up. So they wanted our students to design some way for there to be user feedback. So my students investigated a variety of sensors and output devices, and they ended up using laser ping sensors to sense the rocket as it went up in the channel. They used a 7-segment display, which is small in there, that shows the number of feet that the rocket goes up, and then neopixels as the rocket goes up, they light up as the rocket goes up the channel. So that, and then the second semester is the Solar Regatta, which I will talk about in a minute. There we go. All the high schools do lots of competitions. I feel like competitions are so fun and engaging, and they just are a great and integral part of what we do. Skills USA is our career technical student organization. It's embedded in the curriculum and also an after school and on campus activity. There is a regional, state, and national competition. We had the most people do regionals from all high schools this year. We had the most students qualify for state, and we actually are taking 2 buses to our Ontario in April for this. And that's all the high schools. So it's very exciting. It's very collaborative between the schools. And then another really exciting thing is Ovia Sentil is our Skills USA national president. So we have, and she's at Folsom High School. So we have a district student that is a national board member at Skills, which is really cool. We have lots of contests through SMUD. They're a great supporter of our programs. We have the solar car race. I embed this in my freshman course. So we compete against multiple other high schools and get a chance to win awards and have a fun field trip. And then second semester of my senior class, we build a boat and race it against other high schools. And it's a really fun, I have them do Scrum to manage the project. And it's very much like a regular business, right? They have to manage their teams, and they have a team lead, and they have deliverables, and they review their progress on the project weekly. So it's a really good real world thing right before they leave and go to college and beyond. Create Mentor Program is another one that Folsom and Cordova both do. It's a construction, architecture, and engineering club. I run it after school. I have this year I had 6 industry mentors from all of those different professions coming and helping students, and I was very hands-off this year, very honestly. The mentors really did an amazing job, and during the presentation we got a lot of feedback about how professional the students sounded, how they sounded like real industry professionals, and they were able to win best overall. So that was really exciting. And then Folsom High School also won best presentation from their from that competition. And then we have multiple students that earn scholarships. So it's a great opportunity both for money for college and also just real world experience. Now I'm going to pass it to Tyler to talk about design builds.
With all these competitions, I get to see Faith all the time, winter and spring, competing against Cordova High. So another place where Cordova High and Folsom High compete is in the design build competitions. This is also sponsored by the Sacramento Regional Builders Exchange. It's a 2-day competition held down at Cosumnes River College, where local industry partners, Roblin Construction, that has built many of our facilities in our district, is our sponsor. And so they provide all the materials for us, and then the students go through and design something. So we've built playhouses, we've built pool structures, we're building ticket booths, whatever the students decide. It's student choice every year. Both Cordova High and Folsom High enter the open competition, where it's really just build whatever you want. So it's fun for the students to get out there. Both our programs are big on hands-on skills. And so we have the students certainly learning coding, but then actually using those and connecting with industry professionals for success in both of those. This was a great partnership with the city of Folsom, the urban plan. So the East Bidwell corridor, as everybody knows, is being worked on over and over again. There's been lots of feedback groups, lots of impact. And so part of that, the city of Folsom needed some teen input. And so because we've had so many great partnerships with the city of Folsom, They just call me. And my students are the teen advisory group every single time. And the Urban Land Institute, wow, students will know what they're talking about. We have this college competition that we've never done with high school students. So you want to try it? So we've done it twice now. And first time went great. It was good learning opportunity for the students. This was one of my favorite days teaching. We were down in the council chambers and the judges were up at the dais and the students were presenting their infill project just like they were developers, thinking about everything that was needed, just what they might do 20 years from now to build the future of Folsom and our community. So talking about our programs, we have robotics, again, embedded throughout them. The manufacturing you see in the first column there, and then engineering and architecture, and then computer science. And we'll talk about how it shows up. So in the engineering category, again, primarily because the board asks about robotics, one of the things that we do, and another teacher back here, Eric Wright, who is teaching that this year, they build marble sorters. So that's using VEX robotics, which the students are exposed to in middle school. There's competitions with those. Not so much in the first year of introduction to engineering, because that's more computer-aided design and the engineering design process. But then in the second year of engineering, they do a lot with robotics. And so designing all kinds of servos, simple machines. With that, you can see the examples of the code there and then the physical products that they're making. In our computer science program, students build robots. Faith mentioned Parallax. They're actually based in Rockland. So we've taken field trips up to their facility before and seen the manufacturing that they do. And then we buy their products. And they make simple line followers. This is, again, with the VEX robots that, again, the students are exposed to in middle school. And then we continue to build on those schools. Building the code and then having the robot complete a task, which is what I want to do. In the robotic welding, this is an example here, and we do want to show this video because it's really cool. So one of the things that we have in our new CTE facility is a robotic welder. And so you can see there, that's half of a circle. And so that part is already all set up to go. And then that robot arm is going to come down and be programmed and weld. And then on the opposite half of that circle, you have students preparing that. I'll watch this short little video here. It in action. So it can be operated manually there. The students manually controlling it, and they can also be programmed so that it can run the same operation over and over again. And this is a tool that hereby, as a teacher at Folsom High School, when it came with us, when he was trained to this, they provided a list of the customers. And so there are customers, especially up the hill, that run manufacturing shops, where our students have gone and trained employees at those companies on how to use the robot, because our students have more experience than most employees at these companies. Beautiful beat every single time. Good example for the students to try and follow. Now the fun part, we have some students here. So we also have a Folsom High School Robotics Club. So I'll have the students come up, introduce themselves, and show off the robot that they have created.
All right, hello, my name's Tomid. Hello, my name is Jandel. Do you want to take the robot? Oh, yeah. My name's Amberish. And this is the robot that we created at the Folsom High School Robotics Club. Let's go to the next slide.
Talk about what the challenges this year.
Yeah. All right, so the Folsom High School Robotics Club has been active for the past 12 years. Our main focus is to teach students robotics by participating in the First Tech Challenge. So every year there's a new challenge, and high school teams around the world have to build and create and code robots to compete against each other in tournaments. We teach the students both hardware and software so that they can create the robots this year and the years after that, and they learn many valuable skills along with it. So last year we won the Think and Motivate Award, and this year we won the Finalist Alliance Award.
Before we get started with the hardware of our robot, I just want to say a few words about our plans for the club. As a pretty old club, we've been here for around 12 years, so we're really interested in carrying that legacy forward And some of the things we're bringing new this year is modeling our robot in computer-aided design so that we can plan out every component beforehand, and really teaching those new members how to do those things.
This year for a robot, we decided to go with more simple design. Most of these are kit parts rather than some custom CNC parts and 3D printed parts that other teams are using. However, we do have a 3D printed claw arm on there and some plexiglass on the side. We built this 3D printed arm in order to pick up the pixels, which was part of our challenge. And we also decided to use mechanism wheels in order to offer more mobility for the robot to move around. For us, teamwork was also a huge component with the robot because it's a lot easier for new members to learn and grasp hardware. So we could have each team member contribute even just a little bit to the robot, which was really nice. So even new team members could do something.
Onto the software of the robot. So the robot uses the Java programming language and the Android Studio software. So basically how it works, there's one phone connected to the gamepad controller and the other phone connected to the robot extension hub, which is connected to all the other motors and servos. So every time we press a button on the gamepad, then it sends information to the robot's extension hub, which sends power to all the specific motors and servos, which makes the wheels move and the claw open and close. So, and for the autonomous code, we pre-programmed the robot so that it moves after we press the play button and it doesn't use any controllers. And that's it. I want to mention that part of the challenge is also outreach programs where we have to teach other students and little kids about robotics and the First Tech Challenge as well. So we did a bunch of that as well. Thank you.
Again, Eric Wright he's been here for lots of other times, but this year he's here as the Robotics Club Advisor. You see the advisor this year. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Mr. President.
Mr. Clark.
Faith, Tyler, Mr. Wright, I see you. And it's funny, every time I'm out at Folsom, you're always working on something. So thank you for that presentation. I love it. I mean, this is just awesome. And I love the partnership that Cordova has with Cordova Gardens. I know at Mitchell, I think they have a small one, but it's a volunteer that comes in and teaches kids robotics. Boy, I would love to see that program expand and work with their feeder school, Williamson, to see if that could possibly happen. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's just great. I did have a question. When's your trip to Ontario?
April 4th through 7th.
Okay, I'm gonna try to fly down there and support you.
That would be wonderful.
Saturday.
I'll send you a schedule. I'll send you a link.
Yeah, please,
Okay.
please. I would love to go down and support. I've always been a big advocate of the robotics. Where is that thing? Is it still? I thought maybe we have a chance to see it, do its thing around here, but I guess not. But yeah, I'm just totally impressed, and thank you so much. And Alicia, I want to thank you in advance because you are actually going to do a CTE presentation at our delegate assembly for CSBA. So I look forward to seeing you in May to talk about the wonderful things that we're doing at Folsom Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Any other questions from the board?
My
Comments?
only question, you had mentioned that your presentations are coming up, so if you would mind sending those dates to us, we would definitely like to come. And I really appreciate having kids be way smarter than me and come and present here. It gives me some comfort knowing moving forward that we've got kids like this out there. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so that brings us to item 8, public comments. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. So I just want to make a quick announcement, I suppose. As you are giving public comments are intended for the board, so please address the board rather than district staff. And we realize it's not a great place for conversation. This is really just us hearing you. Wish that it could be different, but that is the way that the law is set up. So there's no two-way back and forth. We'll hear what you have to say, and then that would be that. So we will start with Josie Bisart and followed by Colin Weiss. Josie, if you're here.
Hi, hello. So I'm Josie Bizart. I'm a senior at Vista Del Lago High School, and I'm here tonight to speak about adding every district commemorative exercise to the Folsom Cordova Unified School District calendar. So as of right now, most of these events are unknown in our district. I mean, most people don't really know what a commemorative exercise is. And without the list of commemorative exercises that we were provided by the superintendent, I wouldn't even know what these events are in the first place. So this isn't for lack of trying, because I did search around the district webpage for a while, like half an hour, to scroll through like all these different district codes and different pages. I was trying to figure out where these were, and I still wasn't able to find a list of commemorative exercises. And comparatively, the district calendar is clearly linked on the homepage of the district webpage, meaning that adding these commemorative exercises to the calendar would immediately increase visibility. And with this increased visibility, we can increase historical and cultural awareness within our schools. So for example, I was going through the list of commemorative exercises today, and I noticed there is a Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution Day. So I didn't really know much about Fred Korematsu prior to going through this list of commemorative exercises, but because this day is a commemorative exercise, it gave me the opportunity to learn about him. I've learned that he was a civil rights leader who resisted Executive Order 9066, meaning that he was told to go to a Japanese internment camp and didn't go. He was subsequently caught, arrested, and then jailed, but even while jailed, he took his case to court, eventually ending up in the Supreme Court to protest that his arrest and Japanese internment was unlawful. So while the Supreme Court ruled against him, he did fight against racial discrimination for the rest of his life. And on July 30th in 2011, California officially observed Fred Korematsu Day of Civil Liberties and the Constitution to honor his legacy. So Korematsu is an inspiring leader and figure, and I just wish I'd known about him sooner. I wish I had this chance to know about like the day we have to recognize him. That way we could have, I don't know, just learned more about him in school, I guess. And this is just one of the 28 commemorative exercises that the district recognizes. And if we put all of these exercises on the district calendar, we can make it a lot easier to recognize this day and every other commemorative exercise, and not just at Vista, but in all schools across the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. Next speaker is Colin Weiss, followed by Tandy Ha.
Mr. President, before our speaker comes up, I just want to ensure that our students are getting the allotted time of 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder there.
I can't see the darn timer, so I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Colin, welcome.
Thank you, board, for taking the comment here today. It's great to be here tonight. Just a year ago, I was here standing advocating for an ethnic studies course. This past fall, I was able to take that course, and I just wanted to talk about the incredibly enlightening and enriching experience I had in that class and in that course. And, you know, last year, we were talking to a lot of clubs at the student level about kind of what they wanted to see in this course and the impact that they wanted to see. And having taken that course, I think that those impacts were met and even more so. When I started the course, obviously I was interested in learning more about the experiences of other cultures and people and learning how that affects our current scene, you know, systematically. But there was something much deeper that also came from that course. And it was this idea of almost family and this deeper connection to my students. You can be in a class that has a really difficult or complex topic, a math class or a science class. But there's something about dealing with a similarly complex topic about, you know, your peers and things that really make you connect with other people in a way that's much deeper than we usually do. understanding some of the systems that people have to deal with privately, and they no longer have to do that. There's a forum and a space for them to talk to each other about some of these issues and about some of their questions revolving around some of the biggest issues that are currently happening today. And it was this connection that I formed with my peers. I mean, just outside, we have these amazing immigration stories and projects that we made in our ethnic studies class. I was able to go around and not just know my peers better, but know where they come from. That's really important. Know what experiences and things that have shaped them and their experiences, and why they may think things that are different than me. And that's really important. It's important to have that discourse. It's important to have those conversations. And so, yes, I know I personally learned much more about the experiences and the cultures of others, but I was also able to form this deeper connection with my peers, this deeper appreciation for those who are different from me, and this deeper sympathy for those who may hold different ideologies and different views from me. This class was not divisive. This class was connective. This class brought us together. I feel that class, I was so sad to leave in December, because we had formed this bond with each other. We had formed this connection that was truly not capable without this course, without this curriculum. Our teachers, Mr. Schwan in particular, who taught my class, was incredible at holding these sensitive conversations, being respectful of different views, and understanding that all of us are here to ultimately sympathize and understand the views of others. So I think moving forward, after the successful kind of implementation of this course, moving forward, we need to look at how can we then extrapolate this and move this into our school communities. We have a lot of weeks such as Kindness Week, anti-bullying weeks, and a lot of those particular events. But those events, in my opinion, can really be strengthened through this particular course and the community that we've grown. I know that for me, my experience and at the ethnic studies environment and appreciating the stories of others hasn't just ended in my classroom. I've continued to try to look at how we can make sure to spread this type of awareness, to spread this sympathy, this ideology, this discourse beyond the class and into our community. It's really important that going forward, these conversations don't just stop in the classroom, that we move it into our community to create a community that is more sympathetic and understanding of everyone's experiences, which is so vital to this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And just a reminder, Colin, I appreciate your comments. I'm glad that you made them. I do want to remind the public, if you're speaking on an item that is in the agenda, later on, we would just ask that you wait until that item comes up. Certainly, we're happy to hear those comments from you right now, Colin. We are speaking about ethnic studies a little bit later in the agenda if anybody's planning on addressing that. Apologize if I'm messing the name up at all, but Tandy Ha, followed by Elise Hernandez. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tandue Ha. I'm a sophomore at Vista Del Lago, and I'm also here to advocate for the inclusion of all the district commemorative exercises to the district calendar. But first, I want to take a second to acknowledge all the students who have been giving all their time and energy coming to all these meetings week after week. As most of you know, this week is midterms week at Vista, so it's been especially busy. Like many others, it's been a lot to balance midterms with, I have rehearsals for a show and AP and honors classes, but we all still wanted to take the time to come out here, and I think that's worth recognizing. All of the days on this list are super important, and all of them deserve more recognition so that everyone in the district is aware of what they are and what they mean. For me especially, days like Martin Luther King Jr., Black Americans Day, and Lunar New Year are super important events. And I know Martin Luther King Jr. Day is recognized in the district, but Black Americans Day and Lunar New Year are not as much. And as a multiracial student attending a school where I am a significant minority, I think it's super important to recognize and highlight that these groups of people that are minorities. For me, they serve as a reminder that we do have a place here and we do have a solid part in our communities and schools. No one should have to fight to be seen, but sometimes that is what it feels like. Being surrounded by people who are different from you all the time, it's really easy to just pick up their habits and mannerisms while losing your own. However, commemorative days like Black Americans Day serve as windows into our perspectives. On those days especially, we can step into the spotlight and share what it means to be Black or Chinese or Vietnamese or any other minority in today's world. Days like Black Americans Day, Lunar New Year, even Indigenous Peoples Day, and all the other recognized days celebrate who we are and how far we've come. And I think every group on campus should get to be a part of that. Before I got involved with this group of students here and began looking more into these exercises, I didn't realize that a lot of them existed or that they were something that we acknowledged. And without these exercises being added to the calendar, a lot of people won't realize that they exist. This is a great opportunity to shine light on the people who are used to being in the background. So we ask you to just add these to the calendar and bring visibility to these people in these holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. The next speaker is Elise Hernandez, followed by Aiden Woodford. Welcome, Elise.
Hi, I'm Elise Hernandez, and I'm also here sorry. I'm a 12th grader at Vista del Lago, and I'm also here to voice my support for adding all commemorative exercises to the district calendar. One particular commemorative exercise I would like to see added to the district calendar is Cesar Chavez Day on March 31st. Cesar Chavez Day is a federally recognized commemorative day in which some people, including my own parents, get off of work. While I'm not advocating for students to get this day off of school, I think it would be beneficial for students to see this day recognized on the district calendar, especially considering how relevant Cesar Chavez and the California labor movement are to our history as a California school district. This commemorative exercise, as well as every other on the district list, acknowledges a unique and important part of our community, which is why adding these exercises to the district calendar is of such value to students. The board may already know that this week, particularly today and tomorrow, is midterms week at Vista. And while this is a very stressful and busy time, we as students have allocated time to voice our support for commemorative exercises being added to the district calendar. We hope that our presence here tonight shows how important this change is to us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Aiden Woodford, followed by Tyler Height. Welcome.
Hello, I am Aiden Woodford. I am a Vista del Lago senior. I'm here today to speak about adding the 28 commemorative exercises to the FCUSD calendar. I believe that every one of these events deserve more recognition so that students, teachers, and administrators can all be aware of their existence and be able to commemorate them. I want to recognize that March is Women's History Month and point out that next month, in April, marks Dolores Huerta on the 10th, Huerta Day on the 10th. Dolores Huerta is a civil rights leader who worked tirelessly for better treatment for farm workers and their families. She worked with Cesar Chavez and her adversary, led to the California Agricultural Labor Relations Act of 1975, which guaranteed farm workers collective bargaining rights. Dolores Huerta is still an active civil rights activist to this day with the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and I believe that we need to learn more about her. Dolores Huerta provides a great opportunity to learn about her, and I wish I knew about it so that this day and every other commemorative exercise can be recognized, not just in Vista, but every school in our district. By adding these commemorative exercises to the district calendar, even as just a small line to show that these days exist, we can ensure the visibility for these days. So again, we ask you to add these exercises to our district calendar. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. All right, we have Tyler Height next.
Hello, my name is Tyler Height, and I'm currently a senior at Vista Del Lago High School. While I'm a senior and I'm leaving the district soon, I want to ensure that our schools are as inclusive as possible. So I'm here to speak about adding all 28 commemorative exercises to the Folsom Cordova district calendar. I believe that every one of these events deserves more recognition so that students, teachers, and administrators can all be aware of their existence and be able to commemorate them. By exposing more people to these commemorative events, it can give people a new perspective, understanding, and appreciation of the events, people, cultures in our area, and world at large. I want to take a second to recognize that today is Conservation, Bird, and Arbor Day. And I would have never known this if I was not given a list of commemorative exercises from my friend. I work as a lifeguard at the city pool, the Steve Miklos Aquatic Center, and working outside has given me more appreciation for the beautiful flora and fauna of California. To conserve this natural beauty, we must teach our students to appreciate and protect nature. Conservation Birds and Arbor Day provides an excellent opportunity to learn more about our planet. However, if we don't know that Conservation Bird and Arbor Day exists, then it will be difficult to recognize. I wish that Conservation Bird and Arbor Day had more visibility so that it and other commemorative exercises can be recognized in my school and in all schools across Folsom Cordova. As long as these commemorative exercises are not on the district calendar, we will all continue to be unaware of their existence. So again, we implore you to add these exercises to our district calendar for added visibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Auntie Sharma, followed by Sierra Rule. Welcome.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address myself today. My name is Arthi Sharma, and I'm a Folsom High School junior, and I'm also a representative of the 2,075 students who have expressed their concern about changing our early dismissal days from Fridays to Thursdays, according to a petition made by another Folsom High School student. Friday afternoons hold a unique place in our minds. They're not just about leaving school a little bit early. They represent a mental transition from the weekend. Knowing that we have a shorter Friday provides motivation throughout the week for students, acting as a beacon of relief and reward for our hard work throughout the week. It is not just a matter of leaving a bit earlier, like I said. It is about having that extra time to decompress, catch up on schoolwork, engage in extracurricular activities, and overall contribute to our holistic development as students. Changing this dynamic by moving the early dismissal date to Thursdays disrupts this delicate balance. It undermines the psychological boost that Fridays bring students, impacting our mindset and overall well-being. Moreover, moving the early dismissal date to Thursdays poses challenges for many students, as it disrupts their after-school activities, part-time jobs, and family commitments that they have already scheduled throughout the week to accommodate the current schedule. Fridays, on the other hand, allow us to transition into the weekend smoothly, balancing our academic and personal lives effectively. And it's not just me thinking this. The overwhelming support from 2,075 students from that petition commissioned illustrates the significance of this issue. We understand, of course, that change is inevitable, but the unity displayed by our peers highlights the collective sentiment towards preserving a schedule that has become ingrained in our academic rhythm. In conclusion, we respectfully request the board to reconsider the proposed change of early dismissal dates from Fridays to Thursdays. Our unified voice, represented by, again, the 2,075 students across our district who signed this petition, speaks to the deep-rooted importance of maintaining early dismissal Fridays. It's about preserving a balance that contributes to the overall success and well-being of each of our students in our district, as well as being a board that listens to students' voices. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker is Sierra Rule, followed by Katie Vera.
Hello, my name is Sierra Rule, and I'm a student at Folsom High School.
When the news came out about a new proposed schedule shifting short days to Thursday for Folsom and Vista, I and many other students became angered. Due to this, I created a petition to stop the change, which garnered over 1,000 signatures in 24 hours and over 2,000 signatures in a week. The people in our school district have become outraged, and for a reason. Folsom has become accustomed to the short Fridays, and we see many benefits of it. Many students look forward to the short day at the end of the week, and it motivates them to show up. This is so vital because according to Cal Matters, 30% of students in California's public schools were chronically absent, an all-time high, and more than 3 times the pre-pandemic rate. Other sources, such as AP News and the U.S. Department of Education, have found the same. If we shift our short days to Thursday, many students may be checked out for Fridays and not show up. The short Fridays are also convenient for many student athletes who have to leave early for their activities. The brief class periods help so they won't miss as much schooling on the days they need to skip. Furthermore, Vista's schedule gives students a day in the middle of the week to help ease their anxiety and provide a much-needed mental health break. When researching the mental health of high school students, numerous websites such as the American Psychological Association, the National Education Association, and CDC have all agreed the well-being of students' emotional health have been declining. By prioritizing students' mental health, the board demonstrates a commitment to their overall well-being and academic success. A mid-week break not only offers students a reprieve of their demands of school, but also encourages self-care practices and stress management strategies. Moreover, it sends a powerful message to students that their mental health matters and that it's okay to prioritize self-care. When talking to teachers to try and understand the reasons for this shift in the schedule, the main reason I got was so that teachers from all schools can meet up on the same short day. While this seems to be a good idea, respectfully, it is not well thought out. Folsom High is on a 6-period AP schedule, Cordova is on a 7-period IB schedule, and Vista is on a 4-period AP schedule. With such divergent structures, attempting to synchronize teacher meetings on a common short day presents significant logistical challenges and is not a necessary change. Today, many of my peers could not show up tonight because they made a commitment to International Night at Folsom High School. So tonight, I represent the students who could not make it and the over 2,000 people in your school district who signed the petition that believe we should prioritize our students' education and mental health over the board's convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Katie Vera, followed by Peachy Mamalapal.
Good evening, FCUSD School Board. My name is Katie Vera. I'm a junior at Folsom High School, and I'm a member of Folsom High School's student government. A lot of my peers couldn't make it tonight because of sport practices and other previous commitments, and I felt I should come to represent even though I absolutely despise public speaking. Anyways, this whole week at school, my peers and I have been talking about the proposed change of moving our early dismissal from Friday to Thursday. This has not been welcomed or viewed as beneficial from anyone I know, including students, parents, and teachers. As a student, the early dismissal on Friday is like a reward for getting through the week. It makes students more motivated to work hard during the week, and if it's moved to Thursday, I feel students will become even more disengaged on Fridays because they're itching for the weekend to start. No one wants their work week to end with a long day. I also realized that a big concern for the early dismissal on Friday is that we are getting lower attendances on Fridays because of the shorter schedule. But I feel that students and families are going to leave after school on Friday or on Thursday with the early day and skip the whole day Friday regardless. This means students will be missing even more educational time with the longer day on Friday. We also, we also had a petition go around Folsom High School that got 2,000 plus signatures to keep Friday as our early dismissal day. This was signed by students, parents, and teachers alike, and I pray that you listen to the people who the schedule change will affect. I may not have said this as eloquently as Sierra already, but I hope you take what I'm saying into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peachy Mamalapal, followed by Lori Thies. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board, I am also here as, my name is Peachy Mamapalli. I am a junior at Folsom High School. I also come forth with about the proposition of which that we should move Folsom High School and Vista del Lago to a Thursday schedule. I have spoken to many students about this, bringing the word forth to members of certain clubs and certain things. But one of the biggest problems that I've seen is how it will affect the extracurriculars that round out Folsom High School and its culture. One of the people that I spoke to, Kenneth T, the president of our Folsom High School Dance Club, that club has their meetings on Thursdays always. But by moving the short day to Thursday, we throw off a delicate balance, as the people before me have said, of our extracurriculars and our schoolwork. Already now, a majority of clubs on campus have Thursdays as their days to meet up with their other members and to connect with their officers to their teams. And this goes for not just dance club, but theater and other volunteer clubs on campus. I see this as a very unnecessary change to what has already been working at Folsom High School. And I might not have brought up all the points that I would like to say, as I too was going to go to International Night. But I just really urge you guys to understand that what has been working at Folsom High School should stay as it does. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lori Thies, followed by Finn Carroll.
Good evening, Dr. Collegian, the school board president, and members of the board. My name is Lori Tice. I attended Cordova Meadows Mills Junior High, graduated from Cordova High School, and I've been a teacher at Folsom High School now for 33 years, so I know the district pretty well. I'm here tonight to also talk about moving the short day to Thursday. I'd like to provide a history lesson of how we got our schedule at Folsom High. There are only a handful of us still at Folsom High who attended a 1.5 years of meetings back in the early 90s in preparation for launching what was at the time a radical new schedule. We didn't have neighboring schools to visit, we had theoreticals. Our day at the time ran from 7:50 a.m. to 2:25 p.m. every day. We wanted to do two things: empower kids to use their time effectively and resourcefully, so we created PAUSE, which stands for Personal Achievement with Support, and gain time for us as a staff to meet and collaborate. We made decisions and voted collectively how we would advance this. We had to get union approval because we were going to be lengthening the school day in order to incorporate both the 1 hour of students' pause time on each block day and early release for us to collaborate on Fridays. The lengthening of the school day, 30 minutes, Monday through Thursday, 2 hours, gave us pause time with the kids, and we committed to staying the extra 1.5 hours on Friday to collaborate every week. We agreed to a longer work week without extra pay because a side letter was created between the union and the district that 1, pause would be non-instructional time, and 2, our previous twice-a-month Thursday after-school meetings would be dissolved. We met, we discussed, we argued, we voted. When we instituted our modified block schedule in 1994, we initially began that year with block days on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, rather than the Wednesdays and Thursdays under which we currently operate. After the first year on that schedule, when Monday holidays made for a rough block day Tuesday, we realized that our exhaustion and less effective pacing and delivery of instruction really stemmed from not having any one day the same in a row. If Thursday becomes the common planning day, we at Folsom High School will be in the same boat again. This change you have unilaterally decided on without our input is asking us to revamp all of our curriculum yet again as we grapple with the changed schedule and the pacing of what we instruct. We can't just shift the lessons as is. Skills are taught sequentially and have various time lengths needed, and we have worked hard over the years to adapt our pacing to the 2 1 through 6, block day, and short day. We have just come off of 4 years of revamping due to COVID, and many of us have commented how this year is the first year that feels truly normal. I think the most disappointing and discouraging part in all of this is I wish I felt valued enough by the district office to have been invited together with all the stakeholders to have had this discussion. Ask for our input. Help us feel like our input matters. We as a staff should have a say in any changes made to the excellence we've created. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Flynn Carroll, followed by Monica Merrill.
Good evening. My name is Finn Carroll, and I've been a teacher at Folsom High School for the past 26 years. In that time, I've been a colleague to many in this room, a teacher to others, including the occasional board member, and hopefully a friend and mentor to the rest. Like others, I too am here to raise concerns about the proposed change in Folsom High School's schedule. I'd like to share with you a true story that may have some relevance at tonight's gathering. I know an English teacher telling a story. In the early 1980s, as a young man, I spent my summers working at one of the many camps that dot the Santa Cruz Mountains. One year, I became friends with a fellow employee whom I'll call Joe. Joe had brought with him that summer his pride and joy, a 1965 Volkswagen Beetle, but it was no ordinary Volkswagen. Joe had transformed this into a classic Baja Bug, complete with roof rack and straight pipe exhaust. This car offered us freedom, as Joe would drive us to hang out to the boardwalk or to swim at the beach. Joe's car was perfectly functional, a bit smoky, and today it would be considered a classic. But Joe loved to tinker, and he convinced himself that his car would be better. And one day he showed up with a package of random auto parts, things like fuel lines, filters, carburetor jets. You see, Joe had found an ad in the back of one of the many auto magazines that he subscribed to. And this particular advertisement had made lavish promises of better gas mileage, reduced fouling of the spark plugs, and increased speed. Who could pass up such promises? And so with his box in tow, Joe parked his bug under a grove of redwoods, and with a group of us as an audience, he proceeded to spend the afternoon changing out perfectly good parts for those with shiny promises. Few of us thought that much would come of this, but Joe proved us all wrong. Incredibly, it started and ran, and soon we were racing up and down Highway 9 and Highway 17 on our way back to the beach and back to the boardwalk. And Joe told everyone who would listen how much faster and how much smoother his car ran. But those of us who rode with him actually thought it ran worse, as evidenced by the plume of blue smoke he left whenever he pulled away from a stoplight. Soon summer came to an end, and on a September afternoon, Joe and his Baja Bug left for home. My ride picked me up the next morning, and soon we were cresting the summit of Highway 17, and there it was. Off to the side of the road were the scorched remains of Joe's car, the blackened roof rack and exhaust pipe, the sole identifier of what was once Joe's pride and joy. I found out later that as he was driving home, apparently one of his new carburetor parts had come loose and spilled fuel all over his hot engine, starting the conflagration that engulfed his beloved bug. Yes, in an ironic twist, in seeking to fix a thing that functioned perfectly well, Joe had unwittingly brought about its destruction. He was sold shiny promises, but was left holding nothing but ashes. So as the district seeks to tinker with Folsom High's perfectly functioning schedule, may I leave you with an image of Joe's Volkswagen smoldering on the side of the road. When the Gordian knot will be the bus schedules leaves kids stranded at school, remember Joe's bug. When distinguished schools become undistinguished, remember Joe's bug. When local merchants complain of the flood of students loosed upon them, remember Joe's bug.
You don't mind wrapping it up.
And when teachers already on the verge of a nervous breakdown throw up their hands in defeat because they have to follow yet another district mandate, remember Joe's bug. And if Joe were here today, he'd ask you to remember something he forgot. That old saying that says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Monica Merrill, followed by Ronan Gallagher.
Hi, Monica Merrill. Normally I talk about school buses and and last time I think I quoted Robert Frost, so I appreciate the story from Mr. Carroll. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to all the district seniors who are National Merit finalists. This handful of students, they are among 15,000 seniors nationwide who competed against 1.5 million PSAT test takers. That is astonishing, amazing, and should be celebrated for all these student scholars. I finally thought of the term that I didn't have last time, student scholars. Congratulations also to Folsom High Academic Decathlon team and coaches. They took top honors at the Sacramento County competition and are excited to go on to the state competition. This is an amazing thing. So today, I brought 12 medals. This represents just one member of the Folsom High team. This is the amazing work that they do. Each student on that team works so hard in all of the different categories that they compete in. This should be announced as well as the National Merit finalists. Also, congratulations to the valedictorians who will soon be listed at the various high schools. These student scholars should be, I would like to see them visiting the elementary schools and going back and celebrating their connection to their roots and to be inspiring. Some of them might even wear their medals to inspire the younger students. I come today as a 25-year parent participant in the school district. I also come as a former employee, and I come as a former track and field coach. And so I have lots of different experience with schedules. I'm actually mostly here because my daughter Angela could not be here because today she's at International Night representing her grandmother, who is a Guatemalan immigrant who loves to celebrate her Basque roots. So today, Angela is celebrating her Basque roots at International Night. You already received an email from her. So in the next 30 seconds, I will summarize what she would say if she were here. She would say that at Folsom High, the vision statement is balance in the pursuit of excellence. And that every day, she tells me, Principal Cadenhead reminds us our key word is balance. And that balancing the different demands of different high schools requires careful consideration of all the participants, especially the teachers, who have developed over 30 years pacing, learning, and connection. Equality on paper does not necessarily mean equity in action. And so let's be very careful about this and remember that burned up bug.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Ronan Gallagher, followed by Jay Thomas.
Before we start, can I just ask, is it okay if I have Landon up here with me? He didn't fill out a form. Is it okay if we split our time?
That's, as long as the board's okay, yeah. That's fine.
Wonderful. Hello, board. My name is Ronan Gallagher. I'm a senior at Folsom High School. I'm involved in our track and field program. I throw shot put and discus, and this is Landon.
I only throw disc, but I'm also on the track field at Folsom.
About 2 years ago, we started having a noticeable problem at during our practices. During our discus practices, our discs would go over the net, over the fence, and onto the track that is next to our throws area. Our discus area has never really had a good system, but between myself and Landon and our teammate Richard, we used to be the only 3 throwers on the team, so it made it a lot easier to manage. But now with our larger team of less experienced throwers, it has become a much more prevalent issue. When they resurfaced the track at Folsom High School a year ago or so, my event coach submitted a list of things that he wanted for a new throws area. The district asked him for this before they resurfaced the track. It was part of their planning. He not only gave them a list of wants, but he also gave them a list of needs to achieve the most basic level of safety needed for the sport of throwing discus and shot put. With this information, the district did nothing to address these necessary changes. And that year we had divisionals. We hosted divisionals, which is the second biggest competition that you can hold as a high school, except for Masters, which is held at Davis every year. And it was only then, after multiple parents of multiple families and multiple athletes and multiple coaches came to not only my coach, but our head coach, our athletic director, and then as well as that, our principal and assistant principals, that the district has decided to make a change. That was 9 months ago. Our season is now 3 months in, it's March, and I have seen no changes. I've gone to my athletic director, I've gone to my assistant principals, and I have gone to my principal, Mr. Cadenhead. And every time I've gone to ask them about this, I have been told a different date that's been pushed back and back and back. It was supposed to get fixed today, And I talked to Mr. Crandall today, Greg Crandall, our assistant principal, and he told me that they have pushed it out another 2 weeks. Our practices have been hindered because our administrators will not let us throw under unsafe environments. And beyond this, I'm gonna give it to Landon now. But this also affects our futures as athletes in college.
So, yeah, just to add on to what Ronan said, this kind of is impacting our success as student athletes. I personally am committed to UC Davis, and they've offered me a scholarship to compete on their D1 track and field team. And Ronan here, she's still being recruited by numerous colleges across the country. She's been offered anywhere from half to full rides. And our ability to practice directly impacts this. It directly impacts our ability to grow as athletes and our skills that directly impact, again, recruiting and scholarship possibilities. So back to what she was mentioning about how our coach and us and others have gone to admin and others to address the issue. Nothing much has really been done. There have been a few things, and as she has said, the dates fixing things have been pushed back. And we just, this season, haven't been allowed to practice at all. It's been like taken away half of an entire section of track and field, and it is, again, directly impacting us and our futures as student athletes. We were told things that were going to be fixed, and time and time again, sorry, I'm repeating that part. I just, at the end of this, I mean to say that we really just want to be able to practice. We want to be able to practice, and we want to be able to practice in a safe environment, and we'd really greatly appreciate any sort of help to alleviate this or fix it or address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Thomas, followed by Tyler Johnstone. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jay Thomas, and I am a freshman at Vista Del Lago High School. I'm here tonight to talk about gender separation in PE. There are currently no rules against physical education teachers separating boys and girls during PE activities. I have both been subject to this, both at Folsom Middle School and at Vista Del Lago, and I'm also in contact with other transgender students from Sutter Middle School and Folsom High School who share this issue as well. The separation of boys and girls is having a negative impact on transgender youth. Transgender students are forced to choose their affirmed gender or their given gender. And by choosing their given gender, they are uncomfortable, but by choosing their affirmed gender, they will often be harassed. Transgender students are already harassed daily, and separation in PE is only making matters much worse. Non-binary and genderqueer students also must be taken into consideration. Non-binary and genderqueer people usually do not identify as a boy or a girl. This separation is invalidating their identities, and they are forced to choose a gender that they do not feel that they align with. If the Folsom Cordova Unified School District will begin enforcing policies against separation by gender, specifically in PE activities, it would be a huge step in the direction of all students being equal, no matter their gender identity, race, sexual orientation, or background. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Johnstone.
Good evening, Tyler Johnstone. At the September 21st board meeting, the board held a hearing about the proposed instructional calendar for the following school year. 2 weeks later, there was a thought exchange. 2 weeks after that, there was another update on the board's instructional calendar. 2 weeks after that, a decision was made, nearly 8 months before the year was to begin. Why are we talking about changing the bell schedule now? I would say, why? Because there isn't an agenda item. There has been no communication from the board or from any of the other people I'm not supposed to address about any proposed change. There has been no information about this whatsoever. We heard about it from a staff meeting, from a principal's cabinet, that this might be happening. And now we have petitions going. We just need some direction from the board. This isn't happening. I know that you can't say that tonight. This isn't a conversation, but we can just put the kibosh on this, that in closed session, just send out a message that, no, this isn't happening. This was never under discussion, and we're all moving on. We don't need to change for change's sake. We have amazing programs. I presented on one of those tonight. The board congratulated us. We have national board teachers. We don't need to change because we think we should change. We have amazing schools. In addition to National Merit Scholars honored, California Distinguished Schools were announced. We have multiple California Distinguished Schools. We don't want to change things just to try something new. There hasn't been any, there's nothing to even address the board on as to why it's happening because there is no information about this. Nothing has been said about why this might be. What are you hoping to gain from this? What is the benefit of this? We have amazing programs in our district. As Mr. Carroll said, let's keep those going. We don't want to change because something is shiny and new. The board has also mentioned before getting rid of the block schedule at Vista. Is that part of the discussion as well? There has been no information about this. The block schedule at Vista is going to go away, as is being discussed with this common planning time. I think Vista teachers want to know that. I think Vista students want to know that their schedule is going to change. Some information from the district is sorely needed. I reached out to district staff, multiple members of them, and heard nothing back, except thank you, and where are you hearing this information from? Because it seems even district staff is a loss to where this is. So we can certainly bring more members on a not international night. We have lots of students that are ready to discuss this, lots of teachers that are ready to discuss this, but we want to certainly provide feedback if there was something to provide feedback to. So we hope to not see this as an agenda item. We hope to just get in the message that schedule's the same because we're talking about something that is just a few months from now. And the district does put a lot of thought and a lot of feedback through the stock exchanges into planning the instructional calendar. I hope that same amount of thought goes into any possible conception of a change to the bell schedule. I hope that there's not a change at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for our in-person comments. I have no more cards up here. It looks like we do have online comments. Tony, you there? Welcome, Tony. If you're there, you may start. You just need to unmute. Are there any other online? Okay. Tony, I'll just give you another few seconds. If you are on mute, just unmute, ready. Okay, sorry, Tony. As always, you're welcome to email the board, send public comments in through the Google form. We're not seeing that there's any unmuting going on yet, so appreciate all of your time and the public comment tonight. That does take us to item number 9, reports of district organizations, starting with the Student Advisory Board.
Thank you. So yesterday was our March SAB meeting, and we were very fortunate to have another presentation from Ms. Wessingers and Ms. Neal. So thank you to that. We'd also like to announce the 2nd annual District International Night. SAB is proud to host that. It will be on April 30th from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at the Cordova High Performing Arts Center. So we do encourage community members, students, faculty, any FCUSD member is welcome to attend, and admission is free. So our next SAB meeting will be April 3, which is a Wednesday. Thank you.
Great, and that makes how many left?
2 more.
More, okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager, appreciate it. California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board. Classified staff has ratified MOUs 3, 9, and 10 at the February 28th chapter meeting. Nothing else to report right now.
Thank you. Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, Jeanette Sansenbach with FCEA. Good evening, board, FCUSD administrators, and our teachers from Folsom High and Cordova Meadows who are in attendance. In the past few weeks, I have the pleasure of visiting schools throughout our district in both cities. As I toured these schools, it was apparent that our staff is working hard to provide a positive atmosphere for learning and are connecting with our communities. This is especially true of our Rancho Cordova community schools that I had visited, such as Mills Middle School and Cordova Meadows. Both of these schools have fostered a climate of compassion and excellence for all. They are reaching students and their families to help break down barriers and build bridges. At these schools, I saw true collaboration between all staff members, whether that be a campus monitor, a student support specialist, or a teacher. As they continue to grow their partnership through site councils, leadership coalitions, and any other means necessary for all voices to be heard, it is a model for how our district should operate as well. As Tracy Suter touched upon last time, students grow when teachers grow. We must have a mindset that all educators are able professionals that continue to grow and improve their craft throughout their career, and that the purpose of continuing in this profession is to educate all. We must have a shift in culture that brings all stakeholders to the table to discuss the pathway to any new initiatives or programs that affect the daily lives of those individuals. The stakeholders must include certificated and classified staff if the goal is to achieve fidelity of new programs, processes, or initiatives. Without this inclusion, teachers will nod their heads, fill out forms, then close their doors and carry on with what's best for students in their perspective. True endorsement starts with building blocks of partnership. And partnership is not bringing affected individuals to the party after decisions have been made. All innovations are better when everybody has a voice in the planning process. I feel we have started building those blocks, but we have a long way to go before we can have a true partnership. I hope that we continue to build those bridges and set new norms on how business is done. Thank you.
Thank you. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening, Superintendent Kaligian, President Hui, and board, community. FCLA is excited to showcase two of our amazing schools and all the fabulous work that they are doing, and we're going to start with Williamson Elementary.
Good evening, Dr. Kaligian, President Hui, Vice President Larrett, members of the board, executive cabinet, and cabinet. My name is Leslie Cottrell, and I'm the proud principal of Williamson Elementary. Thank you for having us this evening. Tonight, I'd like to share with you the work that Williamson is doing as we move our students along our roadmap and through our district priorities. You know our 4 equity questions. Williamson Elementary is a Rancho Cordova school with 518 students, preschool and TK through 5th grade. We're about 86% unduplicated free and reduced lunch and 30% English language learners. Our mission is to ensure high levels of learning for all students. Our vision is that in partnership with our students, parents, and community, we are dedicated to becoming a model PLC school, ensuring that all students gain the knowledge and skills necessary to demonstrate outstanding personal and academic achievement. Our values are community, safety, diversity, growth mindset, and culture of collaboration. Williamson is working to empower our students' growth and success. Our attendance has been outstanding this year. You may have heard our name a few times throughout the year, some call-outs. We've raised our attendance by 3%, and we're very close to our 95% goal. Our attendance clerk, Marnie Kripata, has taken the opportunity to teach our BIAs and our IAs the rules, the expectations, and the supports that attendance has. Because of that, when parents approach them and ask them questions about attendance, they're able to help them immediately with things like if they should get notes from their doctors, or if they should ask for an independent study, or if they should approach the office with the help that they need. We also have many enrichment opportunities at our school site, including every student receives a trimester of Spanish, science, and art, which we've paid for with our supplemental programs. I'd like to introduce Ms. Tina Williams, our ACES coordinator.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to show you what the additional funds have made the students at Williamson Elementary succeed. Of course, my name is Miss Tina. I run the after-school program. Due to the funding we received this year, we're able to hire more assistants and allow our numbers to double enrollment in our after-school program. That includes the TKs too. For the second year, we are able to participate in activities with NorCal School of Arts. They orchestrated a production play, Finding Nemo, which the students thoroughly enjoyed and learned value lessons through the theater arts. We also, last month, we had legislators come out to our school, which was a lot of people, and the children really loved it. They got to do activities with them and show them exactly what it is that we do in the after-school program. We have an upcoming event, March 14th, is our multicultural night, and to have students in my program that are going to be doing the folk dancing for the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tina. Our priority 2, as a community school, Williamson has been growing our partnerships and connecting with our families. Please let me introduce Ms. Natalie Rodriguez, our community schools facilitator.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Rodriguez, and I am the community school leader at Williamson Elementary. It's my pleasure to share with you tonight. Currently, we're working on deepening students' staff trust and relationships. We're connecting with families in a variety of ways. On our campus, before or after school, in the office, at the counter, or on the phone. From staff referrals or parent self-requests, from attendance meetings as well. We're welcoming families to our campus and engaging them in the site events. As a community school facilitator at Williamson, I'm part of the COST team, which is the Coordination of Services team. PBI is Team Tier 1, Guiding Coalition, and attend school site council and ELAC meetings. Our behaviorist supports our teachers to develop skills to reduce student behaviors in classrooms. At Williamson, we keep school staff informed about the supports we have offered and programs we have partnered with. Some highlights of our community school journey are at Williamson that we've created or are on a process of creating a new family orientation process for new students starting later in the year, for students to feel welcomed as they're coming into our school, connecting them with supplies, site tours, and registration support. At Williamson, we offer the Roar Store incentive program to reinforce positive behavior. We're making connections to resources to support attendance and behavior in our district, within our district, and in the community. We offer snacks to students who might have forgotten their snack or don't have the ability to bring snacks to our school. We have continuously are working to empower families to advocate for their students. As a result, students find more joy in schools. Families have increased participation in our events and our meetings. Teachers feel more supported and equipped with skills and resources to help their students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natalie. We also have increased the number of family events this year. New or returning events include our Harvest Carnival, our Cookie Social. You heard about the Finding Nemo Junior play. Next week is our Multicultural Night. Spring Fling will be in May. And our weekly open meetings for families occur on Teams each week. And Coffee and Conversations is actually tomorrow morning at 7:45 if anyone's available. For priority 3 at Williamson, we are working on our inclusive and respectful school environment, where our students are learning to be global citizens and develop outstanding personal achievement. Please let me introduce Ms. Lynn Blodgett, our assistant principal, Ms. Dalen Musante, our SCOE clinician, and Ms. Brianna Osborne, our SCOE family navigator.
Hi, everyone. If you come to Williamson, this is what you'll see. You'll see 3 teams consisting of certificated, classified, and administrative employees meeting for PBIS. Our Tier 1 team meets twice a month, uses our Swiss data to improve school systems for all students. Our Tier 2 team also meets twice monthly. This team also uses Swiss data, but they create supports for small groups of students. And our COST team, which is our Tier 3 team, meets every week. And that team uses data and referrals to support students who need individualized interventions. If you come to Williamson, you'll see our Paw Patrol supporting their fellow students. Paw Patrol are 4th and 5th grade students who help out our younger students during lunch. They help them open ketchup and milk and forks. They also help them learn to recycle and to compost. Our Paw Patrol members spend time at our TK and kinder recesses, offering smiles and help and encouragement and good role models to our littlest students. If you come to Williamson, you'll see our character assemblies. Each month, we celebrate a different character trait. Our students sing our Paw Patrol song, our Paw song, which I would sing for you, but maybe not tonight. We all know it though. And you'll hear our students chant together, "Character is who you are, even when no one is watching." If you come to Williamson, you will see morning meetings in every classroom. Each day, our teachers share a message with their students. Students greet each other and the teacher. The students do sharing and a group activity. We know that morning meetings make for strong classrooms and school communities. You would be welcome to join in. If you come to Williamson, you'll have the best time at recess. Our recesses are great. Students can opt to do alternative recess in the multi where they play games, color, do arts and crafts. Each day, our yard supervisors run games like rock, paper, scissors tag, bandage tag, and 3 lines basketball. We have Superior Sports 3 days a week at lunch, and they teach our students to be good sports and to learn how to play group games. I invite you to come and play with us at recess. I think you'll have the best time at our school. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dalen Musanti, and I'm a mental health and wellness clinician here at Williamson. And this is my coworker, Brianna Osborne. We're with the Sacramento County Office of Education. And in my role, I work with students offering mental health support and counseling services one-on-one, often supporting students who are experiencing anxiety, depression, trauma, grief, and loss. We're always amazed, our kids navigate extremely difficult circumstances in the community at home, and they come to school every day, and we're just very thankful to be a part of supporting them. I also help run the alternate recess where we work on friendship building and social skills. I'm a part of the COST team where we help link individual students with resources and plans for support. And I also do some lessons in the classrooms. I've run lessons on inner greatness and self-esteem and positive self-talk. So I'm happy to be a part of Williamson. We have a great team, and it's a very supportive environment. And the kids bring me lots of joy. I'm very thankful. And Brianna, if she'd want to speak, she's our family navigator. Just introduce your role.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brianna Osborne. I serve as the family navigator through SCOE. I provide support at about 6 of your schools throughout the district, partnering with the mental health clinicians from SCOE, as well as all of the wonderful teams from the admins to the community school folks to all of just the incredible folks that you have on your campus supporting your students. I have helped your families connect to Medi-Cal, connect them with the different community partners, and just being an extra support on campus for whatever the needs are. So it's been an honor for us to partner with you through SCOE, and we look forward to just continuing to provide support to your students and families at your schools.
Thank you, Lynn, Brianna, and Dale. And for priority 4, at Williamson, we are consistently looking at our systems, programs, and practices as we move forward and work toward being a model PLC school. You can see this giant list of things is only things that have been happening this year. That's how hard we're working at Williamson. Our PLT times, which we're paying for through our supplemental funds at our site, which is the 3 our art, science, and Spanish specialists, going out to grade levels so that teachers are released for 2 30-minute blocks where they can go out into our team room, which is our conference room that we converted, and they sit with our instructional coach for that time, and they work on PLC practices. They ask questions about what their students need to learn. They look at data telling where they are. They plan common formative assessments. They review that data, and they move forward. One of the biggest challenges of PLC implementation is time, and we have found it, and our teachers are loving it. I'd like to highlight just a few of the greatest things about the team time. Our reading fluency and comprehension has been increased in a couple of ways. We've been sending home 1st through 5th grade level reading passages each week. 2nd grade has taken it upon themselves to also send home reading passages that are at the students' level. They've found them through UFly, which is through the University of Florida. The teachers then are giving them the grade level and the students' level reading passages so parents can see where they are and where they should be. Students in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade on average have added 30 or more words per minute to their reading fluency scores. In 3rd grade, we have some breakout groups for spelling patterns, and 100% of 3rd grade students have made growth. And thinking about our English language development, we have students in all of our grades, newcomers. I think Kate told us last month that we were the school with the highest refugees numbers in the district in elementary school. And we're proud to support them. Our specialists, in the time that they're not meeting with students in their classes, are also running newcomer groups and long-term English learner groups. We also have grade levels taking time out of their school year with release time to plan designated ELD, which is planning specific instruction for students that are learning English as a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th language. And we're really happy to say that our math groups, 3rd through 5th grade, that are switching classes in the middle of the day, 3 days a week, get to go to different rooms where they're leveled and learning their math fluency and foundational practices. And everybody is learning and everybody is growing, and it's all because of team time. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope you come to visit Williamson soon. Are there any questions?
Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Clark?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Job well done.
Thank you.
When was I there? Last week, I think.
Actually, wasn't it Monday? I
it-
think you came
was
on
it-
Monday.
It's kind of like a fog to me, but you know what? I've had an opportunity to witness each and every one of your programs out there, and I am like so impressed. Even with the folks that are coming out and teaching kids sports, good sportsmanship. Yeah, I was challenged to basketball, but I passed on that because I can't hang. But you guys are doing some wonderful things out there, and I just applaud. Even at lunchtime, I think I was out there in that pause group, and the kids were just so active. I mean, from cleaning the tables and doing the trash. I mean, just amazing. So I just wanted to thank you for everything and you guys are busy. I mean, you were all over the place, and I had to try to track. Can you show me but you guys were just doing a lot. So I appreciate everything that you're doing. And tomorrow morning, depends on what time we get out tonight, I'll probably be there.
Well, we're serving coffee, so it'll wake you up.
Of course. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to pass the baton over to Rancho Cordova Elementary and Mrs. Chitwood.
I'm a little shorter there. So good evening, President Hui, members of the board, and Superintendent Kaligian. My name is Anna Chitwood. I'm the proud principal of Rancho Cordova Elementary, home of the mighty Rams. Okay, how do we work this? With the arrow? There it is. I have brought along members of my team who will join me in sharing some of exciting highlights about our school. We have Carmelita Goldsby, my assistant principal, Scarlett Stapa, my mental health specialist, our mental health specialist, Megan Ordonez, our behavior specialist. Am I supposed to, oh, there we go. As a staff, we are clear in our purpose of empowering all students to thrive through educational excellence. Our presentation will focus on how we are addressing priority 1, empowering student growth and success. We currently have a diverse population of 446 students. Data from our 5 student groups in bold are represented in the California School dashboard. So you can see how we have some pretty high numbers there. Last fall, we won the Bronze Implementation Award for the California Positive Behavior Intervention and Supports, or PBIS Coalition. This year, we were planning to apply for the Silver Implementation Award. However, just after a walkthrough by the external reviewers earlier this week, they feel very confident that we should qualify for the Golden Implementation Award instead. So we are going gold, not silver. Fingers crossed. Want me to do this for you?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Okay, so the application for the implementation award consists of many components listed here, including an action plan based on improvement areas identified on our fidelity inventories. In a moment, we'll highlight the specific activities described in our action plan. Next. Here are some visuals seen around our campus, including our school's PBIS mural made by students. These visuals posted inside and outside of our classrooms remind students of our 4 core values of respect, responsibility, kindness, and safety. In January, our school-wide PBIS lessons focused on our core value of kindness. Collaboration with both our certificated and classified staff is an important feature of our PBIS program, especially as it relates to our school-wide behavioral expectations. These pictures show how we are eliciting feedback from staff about our matrix both in person and electronically with the support of our PBIS team.
As part of our PBS program, we track our discipline data using Swiss online program. As a result of our efforts, you can see in the first bar graph, we have been able to reduce the number of discipline referrals since the beginning of the school year. Many of our students consistently make positive choices aligned to our school values as represented by the green part of the other bar graph. We are focusing our energies on addressing the social, emotional, and behavioral needs of our Tier 2 students represented by the yellow part of the bar graph. One way we are addressing the needs of our Tier 2 students is through our newly created COST team. Our COST team consists of our school administration, psychologists, mental health specialists, behavior specialists, and attendance clerk. Here you can see a flow chart we have designed that allows teachers to know what steps they need to take in the referral process and how we will address concerns brought to our team's attention. We have created an electronic cost referral form that the teachers submit to the COST team. Teachers also link RTI forms to these referrals to provide more information on data about student progress. Communication with parents or guardians is the first step of the process before referrals are ever submitted, as we strive to engage and collaborate with this important stakeholder group. After our COST team reviews the referral, we create an action plan and identify a point person to follow up questions.
As mentioned earlier, one of the action items that we have been completing is incorporating evidence-based Tier 2 interventions to support students gaining skills to be successful in the classroom as well as outside of the classroom. These interventions are behavior academies, which were adapted from Jessica and John Hannigan's Behavior Solutions. They focus on teaching 1 skill per week, practicing the skill through role play, having built-in mentorship, and the application of data-driven results to determine the success of these interventions. Students who participate in the Behavior Academies are selected based on school-wide data and teacher referrals through the COST team. Currently, the Behavior Academies that we offer include the Hands Off Academy, which focuses on skills related to handling disagreements, the Upstander Academy, which emphasizes learning skills related to students advocating for themselves as well as others, and the Check-in, Check-out Academy, which focuses on students gaining skills to be successful in the classroom.
We've also adapted two of the existing academies to more closely fit the needs of our students. Since not all students are physically aggressive when they're dysregulated, we wanted to adapt the Hands-Off Academy, and we're calling it the Choices Academy. The behavior rehearsal scenarios that we use give our group members opportunities to practice the skills in a safe setting, including how it might look if it went well, and what might happen if it didn't go well, and maybe rethink how we're going to approach that. We use simple, bold color posters like you see here as a tool to help our students learn the basic skill. We also have one specific classroom, third grade classroom at RCE, where we were seeing many students struggle with lots of basic learning skills. So for that class, we adapted the Check-in, Check-out Academy and taught the lessons as a Tier 1 intervention for all students in that class. I paired with the teacher to identify the skills that the students needed retaught. The teacher filled out a pre-data survey on each skill for each student, and we wrote the behavioral rehearsal cards to match some of the specific situations she was experiencing in the classroom. The teacher used the lessons in the slide deck and the color poster to reinforce the skills all throughout the week. So this visual is the teacher's pre-data before we started the intervention. You'll see that we have really high numbers in the minimal to no mastery, the blue bars, and with skills that are really important to learning, such as staying on task. Now check out this next slide. This is our post-data slide. You see how those blues have just shrunk, right? The post-data was collected 1 week after all skills were taught and practiced. You see the blue bars shrink significantly after the interventions. In fact, they increased mastery in every single skill that we taught. The highest gains were in holding themselves accountable, so taking responsibility when they're maybe not making great choices. That blue bar went from 27% to 1%. And then self-monitoring and self-correcting is basically like, I know what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm gonna do it before the teacher tells me. And that number went from 36% to 5%. We feel quite proud of this.
In response to our equity questions, we know that students from many of our student groups are represented in our RTI Behavior Academies, as will be shown on the next slide. By learning social and emotional core competencies, we believe our students will gain the life skills needed to thrive educationally. In addition, engagement of our diverse parent and guardian population is an important step in our referral process and subsequent follow-up actions. Here are the numbers. 19 students from our diverse student groups are participating in our RTI Behavior Academies, along with an entire third grade class.
Thank you for the opportunity to share. If you have any questions, we're open to answering them.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you so much, Anna, for the presentation. I do remember when I was at Rancho Cordova Elementary. That was
You
yesterday.
came in red.
So thank you for.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me there and the opportunity to read in front of your couple of classes that I did and the opportunity to visit a few more. The question, well, actually, congratulations on your PBIS award, well deserved. And then I had a question about your COS program. How many folks are on there?
We have myself, my assistant principal, the mental health specialist. We have two. Sometimes the one that's not there joins us via team. We have the school psychologist, and we also have the attendance clerk because we look at the whole picture, attendance, behavior, academics, everything.
So it's more of a multidisciplinary
Yeah.
format. Okay, cool. And then how often do they meet?
We meet every Thursday morning.
Okay, and then you could have the referrals to go over
Right.
at that time?
And if we don't have referrals, we use the time to go back and check in on previous students and their progress.
Okay, is there an average of how many referrals you all get
That's a good question. I've lost count. There's so many. We're always trying to keep up. Just today when we had our cost, we discussed. And discuss a couple more.
Okay, so
It varies. And we've been pretty consistent. We've only missed a couple of cost meetings throughout the year. This is new for us. We started the discussion last year. It put things in motion full-time this year.
Awesome. All right. Those were all the questions I had. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, well, thank you for your time. Definitely appreciate the presentation. Okay, and District English Learner Advisory Committee.
No report this evening.
Okay, that brings us to item 10, agenda consent. We will be pulling items J, and then a couple of different board members have requested items K and O be removed. Unless there's any others that would like to be removed, is there a motion to approve the agenda consent with the exception of items J, K, and O?
Mr. President, I'll move.
All right, motion by Mr. Clark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Larrett. Superintendent?
Mr. Melajor?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thanks.
Thank you. So that's item J under agenda consent is approve expulsion recommendation, case number 2324-6S. We've removed this item to let board members vote as well as to let our student board members abstain. So we won't be discussing this item, but if you will call roll, Superintendent.
Sure. Mr. Melajor?
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill?
Abstain.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Hui?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And that brings us then to item K, approve Williams Uniform Complaint Procedure second quarterly report for fiscal year 2023-2024. Superintendent, if you'd like to introduce the item.
Yes, this is the quarterly report that we report to SCOE about, and they are either doing site visits or reviews of our data. And this is the second quarterly report, reporting on instructional materials and facilities, and teacher vacancies and misassignments. So we'll answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Clark.
I did read the report, and I was just kind of concerned because I think it was the last meeting I had brought up about facilities and the audits of the facilities and the upkeep and the safety and the to make sure that our facilities are up to par with no leaky roofs or anything else like that. But I'm just kind of curious, how come there were no reviews of that or no audits this year or last year?
Well, I do think they stagger their audits. Instructional materials usually happens in the first quarter of the year, and the facilities, Dr. Huber?
Yeah, and we have no control over that. We don't find out until at the time what they are coming out to audit. And I think sometimes it also depends on SCOE's personnel. So,
Okay.
but as of this time, and I don't know if Matt has anything additional on that, but that's my understanding of the facilities is it's kind of hit and miss in terms of when they decide to audit it.
Okay, and just so I have clarification, because last meeting you did say that all facilities will be audited. Is that still the same? Is that going to happen that when they do the facilities audit, that all facilities, in particularly Rancho Cordova?
When they do a facilities audit, they audit all the schools that are listed for the Williamson, for just like all the schools are audited when it comes to curricular materials.
Okay, the reason why
that
I
has
asked.
been my experience in the past.
Okay, I just want to make sure for the record that those schools are being audited and the facilities are, they are going in looking at whatever issues the schools may have.
Yeah, our maintenance team goes around with them.
All right, perfect. Oh, perfect. That's even better. All right, thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the board? We'll take it to public comment. I don't see any in person. Are there any online? None online. All right, is there a motion to approve item K?
I'll move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Mr. Melajor?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Before we move on to item O, I neglected to ask if there were any announcements after our approval of the agenda consent. Superintendent, do we have any announcements?
We do. We have, under the personnel action form that the board previously approved on the consent items, we have 2 new administrative announcements to make this evening. Our first one is for Ms. Cynthia Dunn. She is our new principal for Carl Sundall Elementary. So welcome, Cindy, and come on up to the podium, please. Cindy Dunn is our newly appointed principal to Carl Sundall Elementary. She has a 27-year background in education. She joins our team from her recent positions in Mount Diablo Unified School District and the Morongo Unified School District. Throughout her extensive career as both a principal and teacher, she has consistently demonstrated unwavering dedication to supporting students in their pursuit of success. Mrs. Dunn sees it as her duty to ensure a high-quality education for all students under her leadership. Welcome, Ms. Dunn. So glad to have you on the team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you to the board for choosing me. I guess the interview panels can tell I'm a little nervous, right? Okay. So I am just really excited to be here. I can't wait to get started and make a difference in the school and work with teachers and students. I love what I do. I can't tell you that I like every day. We all have days that, we could not do it. But I love what I do, and that's what brings me back every day. My why are the students, as I explained in my interviews, and I'll just share that. I think that's the most important thing. Students are my North Star. They are why I come to work every day, and putting them first with every decision I make is how I run a school, and I do that by supporting my teachers, because they're the ones in the classrooms with the students. So the way that I can help is providing them the tools and opportunities to be successful and make their students shine. So I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. And the second administrative announcement we have tonight is for our new assistant principal at Williamson Elementary, Miss Kayla Yates. Welcome, Kayla. Well, Kayla's a very familiar face in our district from the time she was a student to now on her way to become an assistant principal. She is committed to promoting instructional equity by ensuring that all students have access to high-quality education and support services. She believes in building strong relationships with students, families, teachers, and the community to create a nurturing and inclusive learning environment where every individual can thrive. Through her past positions as a new teacher coach and district equity leader within FCUSD, Ms. Yates has demonstrated a deep understanding of the diverse needs of students and has worked tirelessly to implement strategies that promote academic success and social-emotional well-being. As a Rancho Cordova native and FCUSD alum, Ms. Yates understands the value of our community. She strives to foster a culture of collaboration, respect, and continuous growth where the school community works together to create a positive and enriching educational experience for every student. Congratulations, Kayla. Welcome to the team, and thanks for all you do for our students and partnering with our staff as well in Folsom, Cordova.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge my family, friends, community, and fellow equity leaders for their support through my life and career. I would also like to thank Leslie and the staff at Williamson, the exec cabinet, and the board for selecting me to continue supporting our district in this new capacity. I would be remiss if I did not praise my school community from Cordova Meadows. From attending Meadows as a student to becoming a teacher leader there with the support of the amazing CME staff, I have received unwavering love and encouragement, which has greatly contributed to the person and leader that I am today. So from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank all of you very, very much.
Congratulations. Yeah, well deserved. Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Board, for letting me take a little break in the middle of these items. So that does bring us then to the final item from agenda consent that we pulled off. Item O, adopt resolution number 03072424, Folsom High School, Folsom Middle School, and Goldridge Elementary School State Building Funds application. Superintendent, would you mind introducing this item?
I think I'll just ask, are there questions on this particular item?
I was just wondering if Mr. Washburn could just give us a brief overview of it with a little for clarification.
Sure, yeah. Mr. Washburn, welcome.
Good evening. So this is adopted after 2012. The State Allocation Board indicated that any projects that, if there was state funding was not available, that they had to be put on a funding beyond authority list. So basically, you have to put in a resolution the board has to adopt indicating that they plan to file an application for state funding. It goes on a list and it puts you in line basically, and it gives an indication how much potential state funding is required in the future. You still have to comply with everything else. It may change because the state bond would have to pass. It's contingent on state bond passing. It's still contingent on all the regulation and rules that may change in the state program when state funding does become available. So we have received state funding on all the projects. Currently to date, we have future applications that have not received funding. Alder Creek is one we did this same thing. We need a state bond to pass that with these projects here because some are being near completion or some are coming up. So we'll make sure we get in line with the state. So it just basically puts us in line. And then once they have state funding, then we have more state funding, state applications we have to complete.
Cool. Yeah, so my question just is, do they have any kind of timeline? I know that some of these are kind of needing some work sooner than later. So do we have any timeline on that, or is that just kind of at the will of the state?
So once the projects are complete, we file a notice of completion, then we fill out the additional applications, CD requirements, and submit that information. A couple of these projects haven't even started yet. The other ones are near completion. It's after they're completing. We're just getting started earlier on one. Since we did one, we thought we'd just combine 3 at one time. Then once the applications are filed, then we receive funding and we go through the audit process and everything. But we've been successful on all the projects that have received eligibility so far of receiving funding on all of them that we're eligible for.
Awesome. Thanks for taking care of that.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Okay, leave it up to public comment. I don't see any in person. Is there any online? None online. And then we'll ask for a motion for item O.
I'll move.
All right, a motion by Ms. Larrett. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Mr. Mellijar?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to item 11, discussion action. Item A, follow up with superintendent search firm. Welcome up our search firm. Ms. Anderson, Dr. Marno, welcome.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees and all the staff and community, and thank you for my one fan here. I just admired the amount of love that your new assistant principal got. So I was like, how do we follow that? So I needed someone to cheer for us, right? But just really appreciate being here tonight. Dr. DeMarco and I are super excited to share a little bit of an update today. It should be pretty brief because I know you got a lot still on your agenda. And so what we want to do, criteria for the job, the application actually closes March the 14th, which is next Thursday. So we're looking forward to continuously having those applications come in, and we'll usually send you a little update about the number that are coming in so you have a good idea. And of course, once it closes, we will go through our final screening, reference checks, and on April 10th, we'll be with you next for a long closed session meeting, but it'll be exciting because you'll get to see all the applications and get to decide who you want to interview. So we remind you of that. Your interviews are April 20th and 21. And so part of the process today is to also help you kind of think about preparing for the lens that you will use in selecting your next superintendent. We wanted to utilize part of the phase of work of getting input from your stakeholders and give a little context
of where we are with input, and then see what questions you have and what reflection you may have around your criteria that you're going to be kind of reviewing just for the last time. And so we want to first just validate the staff who all, hung out with us and went through a lot of meetings. So thank you, all of you, for spending time with us, just helping to get the word out. And really what I call herding the cats, right? Putting this schedule together. I mean, it's a lot to do. And just really appreciate all of the hard work just to kind of promote getting the input that you want to hear from your community. And we know that this input is really important, that the board really wanted to hear. And so what we're going to do is give a little context of how we collected the input. You're going to notice a really long report that I hope you read every line, right? But we're just tonight going to just go over the executive summary, okay? And so between, February 5th through the 27th, Dr. DeMarto and I, as well as one of our other consultants from McPherson and Jacobson, teamed up to do some of the online Zoom meetings, Dr. Daniel Moreo. He also helped us out with just a few, just to make sure we had bandwidth. And so we held about 13 sessions online and one-on-one, and had an opportunity to hear from a variety of your stakeholders. We also have the survey, and the survey was something that allowed us to really hear different voices based on their pace and opportunity to share. And so you can see that overall we had about 450 responses that came from a variety of folks. We typically, the goal is try to get about 600 was what our goal was, but 450 is actually a nice amount. It's actually a larger number than we've had in some of our searches before, so that's the good part. The number of folks who actually shared, when you think about the context of voices we heard, I want to just acknowledge your students because by far, and this is actually one of our first districts where we've had student voice actually represent the most. And it just speaks volumes to how important this is to them, but also how empowered they are. And they have some powerful things to share. And Dr. Cleveland, I just always want to acknowledge that, it also speaks to your engagement with students, because a lot of students don't even know who their superintendent is, right? They don't know what that is. They don't know what the board is. And so engagement was powerful to hear all the student voices. And so about 40% of those were your kids, about 25% of those responses were parents. And so we also had kind of a sprinkle of administrators, our teachers, our classified. And of course, I think wanting definitely to hear more from our staff, there still was a lot of really great input that was given that gave us a really good sense about how the community feels about the questions we asked. And so what I really appreciate, again, in wanting to acknowledge our union leaders as well, who really sat with us. I really appreciate it, and how you really got to kind of reach out to your community and to members to really try to get that perspective. And so really appreciate that. And feel like we actually collected quite a bit of information that gave a pretty good summary, I think, of like your community's voice. Can you always get more? Absolutely. Are people maybe surveyed out a little bit? Probably, right? Like it's just a time people have said we just surveys. So the good news is that you have quite a number of responses that will give you a good sense. And the people who gave their voices, this will actually support possibly how you craft your interview questions, which is pretty powerful. When you think about what do you really want to make sure their voices are heard in terms of even your interview process. So with that, I'm going to give a little bit of context of the executive summary, and then any questions you have, clarifying questions, definitely want to share. You can see what we share as major themes in the executive summary, and then what you'll find is that starting on page 23 is actually the actual comments and literally verbatim what people share. So we don't edit like typos, things like that. We literally share what people have given, with the exception of any profanity, any names, or any attacks on people or positions. We actually take those things out. But we do try to make it very authentic for the voices that are sharing their truth. So what you see is literally what people have said. Does that make sense? Okay. So the 4 questions again was tell us what's good about the community, and this helps us with our recruiting our candidates, right? And it gives them a sense of what you want them to know about your community. Also, what's good about the schools and the district? So we asked that question. It's very, very important that also the candidates can hear, like, what does this mean to come to this space, right? And what's great about this community they can look forward to? The question that typically gets a lot of feedback is the third question: what are the issues that the new superintendent should be aware of? And the way we couch that typically is that there's a lot of issues that superintendents deal with, right? Like that's the nature of the job. But what are those high level things that this person should be aware of is really how we try to frame that question. So you'll see the responses sometimes like speak to those, and then you'll see other responses that are just maybe people's personal experience that may not give like a full sense of what the entire district experience is. But definitely the issues are really important also for you to hear, because as you're thinking about your new superintendent, you want to make sure their skill sets and that criteria match some of those issues, right? Does that make sense? So that question is really important. And then last but not least is just what do people want to see in terms of characteristics, in terms of the skills and attributes for this person to be successful here when we think about what is that right fit for your community based on what your community feels. And so what you'll see if you go to the page 3, 4, and moving on to it ends on page 6. So you'll see the 4 questions. And what we did is we took all of those responses and just came up with themes. Okay, and that's where you see bullet points, just quick phrases that share themes that came up from your stakeholders in terms of their feedback on the 4 questions. So I'm not going to read them all because I think you got a chance to read through them, but just obviously you see some of the great highlights about your community, just huge in terms of what came up for so many around the cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity is a huge asset, and a lot of pride in both of your cities that you serve, a lot of history, a lot of excitement about, to some degree, growth and what people have access to here. You can see all of this. And then the people was highlighted, the hard work and the commitment to this district. All of your community is very supportive of the schools overall. And definitely there's this generational piece where you can tell your community really kind of, I'm raised here, I kind of stay here, and I pour into this community. And just a very attractive, I will say for recruits, a very attractive place to be. So just really being proud and us just thanking the community for letting us learn these things about the community as well. Being someone who doesn't live here, Dr. DeMarto, a little bit different living here, but I just really appreciate hearing that. Of course, your location is great, and you have a lot of things to offer for your community. No matter who I am, I can find a place in this community to fit and to meet my needs, and that's a big deal. Your second question was really the group just kind of bragging about what's great about your district. So obviously having multiple, lots of languages, and you're very student focused. Obviously, again, your student voices kind of showed us that. Having the multiple access to the programs and the structures that you created is a pretty powerful, admirable piece that I picked up on. Your focus on equity, your community schools, really having kind of a rigorous academic focus is a big piece. And a reputation of good schools, that's a big deal. Even as fast as you're growing, it's definitely a reputation of your schools. And again, I'll just underscore again the empowerment of student voice, which is huge. I think it also gave us a sense that this is a great place to work and that people enjoy being here and they stay here. And safe schools, clean facilities, M&O being highlighted is really maintaining the facilities really well. Not to mention your athletics, that's a big deal for a community. So, having great athletic programs and just overall sense of welcoming spirit here is what was the themes that came up. Okay. And obviously the question is what's good about the district and the schools. The issues. So these were a few things that came up that, again, couching the things that really this person should be aware of. And a lot of these are very common in districts, but specific to yours, there were some things that I think is important that the community kind of perceived that they need to be highlighted. And one obviously is a perception of the different cities. You serve 2 cities, so I think that is very unique. Every district doesn't have that. So the perception that maybe one's version of your city, your district, Rancho Cordova, may have a different experience, different feel of care than on your Folsom facilities, right, for example. And you'll have that narrative. That came up a lot as far as perception. So I think that's important to keep that in mind. The relationships, making sure you maintain the relationships with your bargaining units, I think is super important. While negotiations can always be a tough space to be in, the key word was maintaining those relationships, which I think is super helpful for the new person coming in to keep that relationship where it is. And obviously to grow it is always an area of improvement for any district. But keeping those relationships, making sure that there's a sense of not feeling like there's a need to come in and change anything, right? To come and kind of continue the legacy work, continue the great things that you have going, and not feel the need to have to change anything, but really to come and build and keep the great work going. Definitely clear, consistent communication, making sure that all staff feel like they're getting the information they need. I know classified staff often has a voice in many districts that feeling like communication can always be better and being included. So I think that's always super important to think about. Staff retention in that area is always a challenge, right? And I think you're gonna probably experience, like a lot of districts, retention challenges for a variety of reasons. Comparable salaries come up at times. Obviously, teacher shortage, and I think you're growing so fast, you're going to have more staff come in. How do you make sure you can hire and also retain? Obviously, your bond measures around facilities and some of the challenges, differing views on how that process should go, I think is going to be something that the next person has to keep in mind. Prioritizing the community engagement, the transparent communication, just continuously keeping that in the forefront. Equity issues always come up and around making sure that you can equitably allocate resources and access to activities, facilities, you name it. And again, when serving two particular cities and having different needs, making sure that you can equitably allocate resources, you name it. Making sure parents, making sure that also we keep in mind the needs of our staff in terms of the professional learning. That actually showed up as a positive. There's a lot of good professional learning, but then making sure we can maintain that, especially considering the future of education around budget cuts, you name it. Like that was, professional development was valued, and so not keeping that as a priority, I should say. Making sure, like students brought up some things that we were interested in making sure you all continue to explore. I think as public education evolves, there are more and more concerns, not just Folsom, Cordova, but so many around issues around drug use, issues around vaping, issues around social media. We did add in here about the Yonder bag, so we'll let you all process that one, but that one came up quite a bit. And so we were intrigued by that and wanted to make sure that that came up. Making sure any issues of race or racism, whether it's derogatory language, there are things that continuously show up in a lot of our schools, and having protocols to address those is always an ongoing challenge for a lot of districts, considering kind of the world we live in with politics and language and divisiveness. Is super important to acknowledge that that's come up a few times around just the concepts of addressing race and racism. And I think just being aware of special education, right, the needs of our special needs students, that's always been a challenge in public education, but it came up a few times that we want to make sure we're mindful of the different needs in the spectrum of needs, right, and inclusiveness, your autistic students, which can be, different needs can vary. And I want to say the language piece did come up, because you have so many languages, which is a beautiful thing. But the challenge is, how do you support language needs, right? Considering your, I would say, lack of resources, not having enough people who speak all those languages. It's a hard one. So being really innovative with that. I'd say the issue around reorganization obviously has come up for you. So that's something that the new superintendent should be aware of, around just kind of the narrative there and how that may impact your efforts moving forward. And of course, all the booming experience of having so many more students and families come, the building of new schools, all of those things are going to be a big deal that this next superintendent has to take on. Now, the last question is more centered around the characteristics of the next superintendent. We often say that our outgoing superintendent also often becomes the subject of this, because that's the context they have. And so I often want to just acknowledge, that it's never a reflection, a good or a bad way, on the current person, but a lot of times that is the context of what people have. And so what you'll see is some comments that are actually like, hey, continue, you know, what the current superintendent's been doing. And I want to highlight some of those things is, you know, having those connections with students, definitely being a bridge builder, right? Like really trying to create that space where you can bring communities together, having a stake in this, like having a long-term perspective on being here for a while, right? Definitely being a problem solver, having a vision for kind of improvements for a lot of the things that those projects you have, how do you keep those going? Being a listener, having strong personal, interpersonal skills, so very relational is what they want to continue to see. And then being multilingual was something that came up, but not necessarily like a, kind of like what you all said, it's not a mandate, but it definitely is something that is helpful and a benefit. Being politically savvy, because we have the politics of this world and obviously elections and all those good things come and go, and they always create space to have to navigate. Definitely working well with the board, I think, and continuously building those strong relationships to continue to be an effective governance team. That came up. And I would say, you know, the biggest piece out of all of this is just, again, the relational piece, being able to really be a people person, be able to connect to folks, because that's what actually keeps you all in this great kind of, what I'd say, working environment. And obviously what keeps, when you have kids who are engaged in that way, that tells you that you're connecting as people. And so these are some of the things that came up, kind of a summary of 111 pages. So with that being said, again, want to acknowledge this does not necessarily represent your entire community, but it represents a chunk of folks who have a pretty good perspective they've captured that you can utilize to maybe think about how you craft interview questions. And you may, you know, say, hey, looking now at your criteria, which you all have the brochure right in front of you, is our opinion is that the stakeholder input does align pretty well with what you said you want to see in your next superintendent. So we don't have any recommendations to change. If we saw that, we definitely were going to bring that to you, but we don't really have any recommendations to change around your job criteria. I think you captured it actually well and aligned really well with your community. So anything to add, Dr. DeMarto?
Just that when you're looking from page 7 on to the end, look at the heading. There'll be something in parentheses, a number. That tells you how many people that represented in that input. That's important because sometimes you'll have very few, sometimes you'll have more, but that helps when you're reading through this. The other thing is that what I heard is they want a strong person who has a vision and the ability to make that vision happen. So we would all like that, right? In everything that we do. So having lived in Folsom myself and experienced the schools, both in Cordova and in Folsom because of my community things that I do with the schools, I found that this is a wonderful school district, and I think you're going to get some very good candidates, and I think you've hit the nail on the head when you come to the criteria that you're looking for.
Great, thank you both. So I guess just to make it clear for what our task is tonight, if we are to take any action, it's to decide if we want to change any of the criteria in our job description. Otherwise, it's just questions around the survey or any other questions for the search firm. So with that in mind, and we don't have to take action, we can leave this as is, and it'll close on March 14th, and we'll have our candidates. So are there any questions from the board? You know, the main thing I wanted to emphasize, which you said, Ms. Anderson, is that it sounds like what the board came together and talked about to create this document really was like almost completely in line with what our stakeholders brought to the table as well. So there's a lot of alignment among the stakeholders and among the board at least. So that's great. Thank you for putting this together. It's going to be interesting to look through and read through. You mentioned this will help us craft our interview questions. I guess that is maybe one question I had for you is, we come together again on the 10th to go through the candidates, narrow down to who we might want at the 20th and 21st. During that time, do we have time as a board to craft our interview questions together? What does
Yes.
that process look like?
Yeah, you actually do. And what we do is bring you samples, like a bank of questions that we've utilized, and then you craft them to align with obviously your criteria. And the way those questions are crafted are based on the criteria. So you want to make sure that if you want to find folks who are going to meet that criteria, you want to ask the questions in alignment. And so what I think is helpful is that on that day, you all will get to see all the applications. You'll get to ask lots of questions. We'll get to share with you, why we recommended kind of what we call our short list. You'll also get to see video, right, prior to, for that short list to also consider who you want to interview. And then also, this is why the meeting is so long that day. So remember, you're going to be comfortable and just come ready because it'll take some time. It might be 4 to 5 hours, right? But it's definitely where we'll help you craft the questions. And I think it's helpful to we'll have this with us to go back to see some of the issues. For example, question 3 is where it does help you know what questions you do want to ask. And so I think that's where your stakeholder voice is really going to be helpful. And you could craft questions to say, hey, these are some things that our stakeholders really shared input on, and we want to really make sure we've highlighted and elevated those voices and help us understand, in those questions, so that it really speaks to the collective voice that you wanted to hear. So we'll help you with that. We'll send it ahead of time, by the way, so you won't do that all. We'll give it to you probably, it depends on, it kind of varies, but definitely we want it like that weekend prior. We want to try to get it to you as early as possible so you can have as much time to process all the information we're going to share. But we'll also spend that time with you at the board meeting. So
Great. Yeah. So to clarify that, we're going to get the videos ahead of time and maybe some other information, but it sounds like it would be important for us as a board or individually as board members to carve out a little bit of time a few days before the 10th to make sure we have some time to review those videos, kind of have a sense of what we think coming into that meeting on the 10th.
Absolutely. It'll go faster. You'll have less time with us if you do it ahead of time. It's kind of like your board meetings. You do your homework, right? It's the same thing. You can get a packet. It's going to be a big packet. But same concept. Yep.
Great. Good. So the only other thing I have is if there is any desire among the board to look at this criteria that we've created after we've seen the stakeholder input, or we leave it as is. So I'll leave that up to any board members. If you would like to open that discussion, I'm not seeing anybody affirming that. So it looks like we will probably stick with what we have. We have no action on this item tonight. I will take it out to the public. I don't have any in-person comment cards. Are there any comments online? No comments online. So that being said, appreciate your time. Thanks for being here. And we'll see you in about 4 weeks or so?
April 10th. And
All
again, remember, reach out to us anytime if you have any questions about the process, and we'll be in touch with you via email, again, just with any updates about next steps. So
sounds good.
Thank you all for your time. Again, thank you, staff. And Sean, thank you. I told you you were going to be tired of me after a while, right? Hopefully not. Okay. Appreciate all of you for your time, and we'll see you next month.
All right, sounds good. Safe travels back home
All right,
tonight.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, that takes us then to discussion action item B, approved 2023-2024 second interim financial report for a period ending January 31st, 2024 with positive certification.
Yes, I'll introduce Mr. Sean Martin, who's going to give us an update of our second interim budget. This accounts for revenue and expenditure changes since our first interim budget report. And again, our budget is ongoing and continues to evolve throughout the year based on what we adopted in June. So this second interim will account for changes since our first interim. So with that, Mr. Martin.
Good evening. Yes, and so normally I would always say that second interim is not that interesting of a budget, not a lot changes, but the truth is we had a significant negotiation settlement that's included in here, and so there is some significant adjustments to the budget at second interim that we'll talk through. As Dr. Clegian shared, the information as of January 31st, and it does include the governor's January proposal in the multi-year budget for 24-25. We are recommending a positive certification, meaning we can make our 3% economic reserve level for the current year and 2 fiscal years out. One of the interesting things that has changed also for first interim is we are seeing continued enrollment growth, which is excellent. You can see that those bars on the far right that are in orange, and the red line is both going up. That is very positive in the sense that continued enrollment growth and attendance, ADA, average daily attendance growth, generates additional revenues for the district, which will help us offset the lower COLAs that were projected in the out years, and then of course to cover our deficit that we hopefully will be able to break even at, and then start being in the having surpluses again. One of the things I would notice is that when you look at 24-25 from 23-24, we are projecting a pretty significant increase, almost 600 enrollment increase. Normally, we are projecting with the growth that we see with the developers closer to about 450-ish. But the reason for that is since seabeds, which would have been October when we were at 20,828, we are actually up 161 students. So really, if the additional 161 plus the growth that we're projecting of about 400 or so is that difference there. And so we're seeing quite a big jump in enrollment in 24-25 and 25-26. I will share we still are not seeing attendance rates rebound to pre-COVID levels. If you recall, compared to seabeds, historically we've been as high as about 95.8%, 96%, right in that ballpark range. And we are projecting for this year to be at 95%, and then for the out years, slightly under 95%. We're not seeing that same attendance rebound to pre-COVID levels. Still better than it was a few years ago when we were in the low 92, 93 range, but still not back to where we would like it to be. Looking on the next slide, this is just our LCFF calculation, showing the updated information in there. Looking at a comparison on the revenues from first interim to second interim. Biggest change there is the LCFF increase of about $1 million. That is due to that enrollment increase in corresponding ADA, additional ADA for those students that we had from projection at first interim. There is some additional local income related to E-rate project the board has approved, and then some additional funding for transportation services related to collection of fees from students or parents. And then on the restricted side, revenues are adjusted for activities related to donation fundraisers is probably the largest single increase. So as the sites collect and ASB accounts collect those donations fundraisers, that goes up throughout the year. Continuing over to expenditures, you will see the expenditures for the most part are increasing on both the unrestricted and restricted side. The majority of that increase is associated with the salary settlement that was negotiated with our bargaining groups, and then also the one-time payment, that we negotiated with our groups as well. You will note that the salary increases are not actually as large as the total cost when we were calculating it, and that's because there is some savings regarding open positions. So if you remember, I believe at first interim, we had reduced any open positions about 30%. Now we're going into second interim, we're reducing any open positions by about 70%, and so more or less another 40%. Because there still are some open positions, especially on the restricted side associated with our special education aides. Those ones are probably one of our largest groups of unfilled positions still. Transportation still an area as well where we have some open positions. Most of our certificated positions are filled at this point though, so we're doing pretty well there. But you can see expenditures increase in both unrestricted and restricted, which we knew at first interim. We talked about the fact that the numbers looked good, but we knew that we had to obviously drop in all of the salary negotiations and then just other adjustments that happen, as you can see from all the different lines. When you bring all those things together, really we're focused on the unrestricted side, the yellow boxes there. Looking at first interim, the second interim, you can see that our deficit does increase by about $5 million or so. But that's not as much as what we were anticipating with just the salary adjustments, or salary increases, because of some savings with the open staffing and some other pieces. So, and so you can see there is a deficit there, but we knew that as a district. We were planning with that. We are using reserves as part of the solution, and we're hoping over the next few years that enrollment will continue to increase. We are projecting a relatively conservative attendance rate. Hopefully that attendance rate will rebound to pre-COVID levels. Remember, 1% attendance rebound is equivalent to over $2 million. So, if we can get attendance back, and we've done a lot of initiatives in that way, and we are seeing marked improvement, if we can get back to pre-COVID levels, that would definitely help with the overall budget situation as well. Going to the next slide, you can see the components of ending fund balance. So on the previous slide, you can see there's about $77 million in ending fund balance. About half of it is unrestricted, half of it's restricted. When you come to this next page, you can see the different categories. On the unrestricted side, you can see that a good majority of the unrestricted money has actually been identified for purposes. And you can see that there for different programs and activities. The largest one is the supplemental funding. We are continuing to spend down. If you remember, that balance got pretty significantly large during the COVID window of time. And so we are enhancing additional programs above and beyond just our annual allocation. I think really the biggest focus, as you guys are aware, and we heard tonight, is the allocations to our highest need sites. And all sites are getting supplemental dollars, but really targeted towards the students that are generating the funds and really expanding the allocations that are being received at the site level that then can be implemented into the classroom or support services for students. Multi-year projection, and I am going pretty fast, so please stop me, but I feel like everybody's pretty comfortable at this point of the information. This is looking at the multi-year on the revenue side. You can see in the out years, 24, 25, 25, 26, in the change columns, we do show the local control funding formula revenues going up. Unfortunately, in 24, 25, we're not projecting that larger COLA that we had at first interim. You can see the COLA is dropped down to 0.76. And so that is the projected COLA at this point from the governor's proposal. However, it does rebound to 2.73 the next year. So hopefully that will hold. That does allow us to generate some additional revenues along with the enrollment increase. You can see 589 and 366 over the next 2 years. And really for us, crossing over 21,000 students, potentially up to almost, getting closer to 22,000. So that is exciting. And, as Alder Creek comes open, we will have some capacity for that as well. Continuing on the expenditure side, you do see expenditures increasing for staff. That's because in 24-25, we have already negotiated a 2% salary increase with our staff. Additionally, recognized in there is any open positions. We're putting the open positions back in, assuming that those will get filled. We have made progress each year, getting closer and closer to filling those positions, and so we're hoping that's the case as we continue on. You do see supplies, services, those items are adjusted downward. That's because we always pull out one-time activities that are normally either because we're using carryover funds or restricted federal dollars. And so we're pulling the activities out once those dollars have been spent. And so that's what you're seeing there, a reflection of that. Not seeing a lot of other adjustment. We kind of always hold our multi-year projection flat unless we anticipate additional costs somewhere. Multi-year projection, if you bring it all together, we're looking at the blue lines there, the blue boxes down there on the bottom. You see our deficit does increase from $8 million to $12 million. That really is part of the salary negotiated increases that we talked about. That cost is continuing to drive up, and all the open positions are put back in. So the combination of those two is really the primary difference between 23, 24, and 24, 25. We do see in 25, 26 that number dropping some, but please recognize that other than step and column, there in the multi-year at this point, there isn't anything additionally put in there. But when we start negotiations in the budget cycle, we will build those numbers in based off of the difference between the COLA minus any step and column costs or anything of that nature, as we discussed when we build our budgets. Closing, we are positive at second interim. I think we do meet our 3% reserve. I would say, relative to a lot of school districts out there, I think we, even though we have a deficit, we have enrollment growth, hopefully continued growth in attendance rate. And so with those things in play, hopefully that will spare us where some districts with the lower COLA and declining enrollment may be more impacted. Another big factor that we're not really looking at, that a lot of school districts are looking at, is the fact that there was a hold harmless, a 3-year averaging of hold harmless for attendance. And so remember that was put in during COVID, and now it's in place. It used to be you either got your current year attendance rate or your prior year. Now it's a 3-year average. That 3-year average is now, starting next year, will be rolling off, where the COVID hold harmless years will fall off. And so just when we were looking at the state budget the other day, in one of the meetings I attended, the state is projecting over $1.5 billion savings in attendance statewide because of that for next year. So realize as a state as a whole, attendance is dropping to a level where it's creating quite a bit of savings to the state. Now, state has a huge deficit. As you can see there's some numbers up there. The governor's projection says it's $15 billion short for 23-24 and another $8 billion. Legislative Analyst's office is actually projecting, I heard the person speak on it just the other day, and they think there's maybe another $5 billion off of that. So the numbers are only getting worse. Believe it or not, the governor's proposal at this point is actually relatively sound for education in the sense that there's not really a significant cut or reduction to education funding, but a lot of the state budget is seeing significant cuts. And so there is conversation about at what point will education be impacted by that as well. And so that's something we will definitely keep an eye on and watch. We are obviously burning down our reserves. And in the reserves on this last page where it says we have about $13 million, that really only covers our 3%, which is about $10 million, and then leaves us about $3.7 million. But if you remember all those reserve lines we had, $7 million of it was just supplemental, right? So at some point, those reserves would be eaten up, whereas we've reserved them for specific purposes for students in need. So we have to keep that in mind as well. It's actually something we'll be talking about at the Budget Advisory Committee here as one of the items of topic as well. So any questions?
Thank you, Sean. Any questions from the board? All right, I'm not hearing any. I don't see any in-person comments. Is there any online? No. So I believe then what we'd have to do is make a motion to approve the second interim budget. Is there a motion to approve the budget?
I'll move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Reed. Dr. Clegan?
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Brings us to item C, CSBA, California School Board Association Delegate Assembly Election. Dr. Clegan, do you mind introducing this item?
Yes, this is a routine item. We have 2 spots open in our Region 6B for delegate assembly members. As we know, Ms. Lofthouse serves right now in 6B, but her term doesn't come due until 2025. So the 2 folks that are running for 6B are Ken Barnes from Robla and Christine Jefferson from Twin Rivers. So there are 2 seats open. 2 votes can be submitted by our board. There's also a place or provision for a write-in candidate if the board so chooses. If not, we can, if there's consensus to move these 2 forward, we can vote on the 2 that are here.
Great. Any questions from the board? I'm here none. I don't see any in-person public comment. Is there any online? No. I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. If there are any comments around recommendations for moving this forward or not, or motions to do so.
A motion.
Okay, motion by Ms. Lofthouse to bring the 2 names that are currently on here forward. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Reed. Superintendent?
Yes, Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. President, an amendment to the motion. I think I was the one that, did you second it or? I was the one that seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Mr. Reed. It's Mr. Clark with the second. Thank you.
I was wondering if I was hearing things.
My apologies. Okay, we're squared away on that, though. Great, then that brings us to item 12, discussion. We are, if there's no objection from the board, going to move up item C to the top. We've had some very patient teachers and staff waiting here for this item, and they all are very busy this week, I'm sure, with midterms and finals. So we'll begin with item C, ethnic studies update. Dr. Clegan?
Yes, and this was a request from our board at our September 7th meeting to hear from our students and our staff of how the pilot of our ethnic studies implementation has gone in this first semester of the school year. So we have administrators, teachers, and students that are sharing their feedback, but also looking at the survey feedback that was collected. and some of the big takeaways as we go forward in the next year. So welcome, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Collegian, board members, and the FCUSD community. I'm Dr. Carrie Jackson, and I'm proud to be introducing this presentation on ethnic studies, this pilot from last semester, fall 2023. For those of you who don't know me, I have worked here in FCUSD for 13 years. I was a teacher for 10 years, on the CNI team for 2 years, and I am proud to say that I am an assistant principal at Cordova High School. Yeah. I've spent the last 3 years supporting the implementation of ethnic studies in our district, and I want to thank Dr. Collegian and Dr. Huber and Lori Emmington for allowing me to continue to take this on, even though I am in my new role, just to see the pilot year through. So thank you so much. For some context, Assembly Bill 101 mandates that schools must offer ethnic studies by the fall of 2025, with the first class meeting the graduation requirement by the 29-30 school year. 2 years before the mandate kicks in, we're able to implement this class so that we have 2 years plus a third year of elective data. And we have 1 semester down, and I'm proud to say that we have already seen great success with this first semester. And that's something that I attribute to the phenomenal teachers who stepped up to implement this curriculum, along with their dedication to teaching it with integrity and passion. I've been so impressed with our teachers, and I'm genuinely envious that I haven't had the opportunity to teach it myself. These are teachers committed to providing students with a rich experience, an experience that the data we plan to share tonight speaks to. Before I start tonight, there are a few people I would like to recognize. One is Board Member Clark. So thank you so much for joining our committee last year and just supporting the implementation, coming to our January PD, providing your input and just hearing the teachers out. And so your support to teachers and students in this process has been invaluable. To our previous student board members, Ria Shrivastava and Rosia Perez, and the Student Advisory Board from last year. They had a very active role in supporting the implementation of ethnic studies as well. I also want to thank Matthew Melajor and Van Merrill because they have also been very supportive, our student board members, and also just continuing to get the support from the Student Advisory Board as well in this implementation. And they also came to the professional development in June as well, so thank you. Also, all of the students and community members that spoke last year to advocate for ethnic studies, and ultimately this board, this very board, because you voted for this last year and actually approved it to be implemented, so thank you very much. And so, lastly, I should say, I do want to recognize Dr. Allender. Dr. Allender is here with us tonight. He's done lots of work with our district. So Dr. Allender is a professor at Sac State. He also is one of the authors of our adopted textbook, Our Stories and Our Voices. He's doing some work with affinity groups here in the district. He's also supported professional development with surrounding districts, including San Juan Unified, Sac City Unified, Roseville Joint Union High School District, and now he gets to add FCUSD to the list. So we very much appreciate that support. And I also just want to recognize and thank all of the students who registered this year, because we had 7 classes across the district just in the fall, and we have 5 more coming up here in the spring. So we actually had a lot of students sign up for this class. And I also want to just say that tonight is a night to celebrate the success of ethnic studies, to celebrate our students, and it also shows that our district is showing up for students. So it makes me proud to work for this district. I want to introduce some folks that you are going to see here tonight. It's a mix of folks from across the district. We have Alyssa Smith, who is teaching ethnic studies at Innovations. We have Cole Cooper representing Cordova High School. We have Dr. Jason Javier Watson, who is representing the 2 teachers teaching at Vista, so Luke Schwan and Christina Ray, who were not able to be here tonight. And then also 4 students are here tonight, 3 from Cordova High. We have Kavan Hayes, Stark Saeed, Sajad Nori, and then we also have Elise Hernandez here from Vista Del Lago. And these are 4 students who have either taken ethnic studies or are currently taking ethnic studies. So we can go ahead and move on to the rationale. Thank you so much for all of the thank yous. There are a lot of people to thank in this process because it was a community effort. So, all right, we'll go ahead and move on to the rationale. What are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about data. So with that, let me go ahead and get this going. Okay, so this presentation is to report on the remarkable success of the fall 2023 pilot for ethnic studies. The course was piloted through 7 course sections at 4 of our school sites. Our district-wide survey revealed strong support for ethnic studies, backed by both quantitative and qualitative data, which will be shared in this presentation. So I'm excited to share. I'm going to hand it off to Alyssa Smith.
Hello. So thank you so much, Carrie, for all of the thank yous, as well as getting into the rationale. Before we get into the data, I just want everyone to know what is ethnic studies. So the model curriculum was adopted in March of 2021. The curriculum lays out 4 foundational disciplines, which are listed there: African American Studies, Latinx Studies, Native American Studies, Asian American, and Pacific Islander Studies. More importantly, throughout this course, we're looking at 4 themes: identity, history and movement, systems of power, social movements, and equity. Throughout those themes, there's a lot of flexibility for our students to be able to guide the course with what they would like to see. Ethnic Studies aligns with FCUSD initiatives such as the mission statement, as well as others. So I do want to read this bolded portion of the mission statement that we feel aligns perfectly to the course. The mission of FCUSD is to ensure all students demonstrate high levels of learning through our commitment to continuous cycles of improvement, transformative social emotional learning, and engaging culturally responsive instruction. This is my 2nd year in the district. It is my 5th year of teaching, so I'm still a little bit new, but I have taught every history course there is at this point. And ethnic studies truly does all of these things more than any course I've taught. All of the teachers that are piloting ethnic studies came together for a couple professional developments as well as some PLC time. And we created this ethnic studies vision based on what do we want our students to come away with from this class. So I'm going to read it for you. Our ethnic studies vision is to empower students through research, inquiry, and collaboration, fostering deep connections to their history, community, and identity. Our goal is to educate and empower students by recognizing the importance of each person's history, acknowledging the impact of systemic racism, and equipping them with the knowledge and agency to challenge and transform unjust systems for positive change. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This course is compliant with the FAIR Act, and I won't read the entire text there, but it's just really important to know that the FAIR Act requires schools to include the contributions of groups that have been excluded in the history of the United States and the state of California. Most importantly, though, we want our students to see themselves in the curriculum. That's the #1 goal of our ethnic studies course. So the board approved 3 versions in December 2022, a semester course, a full year course, and an Apex online course. And the point of having 3 different courses is to increase access for students across the district. So we piloted ethnic studies, 7 classes in those different forms across all the high schools in the district. Cordova had 3 semester courses. Folsom High had 1 semester course. At Vista, we had a semester course and a year-long course, and at Innovations, they did a year-long course. And I just want to shout out the teachers: Cole Cooper, Alexandra Castillo, Stacy Albe, Christina Ray, Luke Schwan, and Ulysses Smith. So thank you to those teachers.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Sorry. I'm Cole Cooper. I've been in the district my whole life. As a student and as a teacher. So I did want to point out that we have 2 approved textbooks, and we're lucky enough to have Dr. Allender here, who wrote Our Voices, which is a fantastic book. It's a lot of local stories of Americans from all different backgrounds, colors, and creeds. and their journeys and their place here and historically the things that they've dealt with. Everything from looking at Aerojet engineers, African Americans who weren't allowed to buy houses in this area due to redlining policies. And it's important for our students to understand that those experiences are valid and those experiences had to be overcome. And those experiences still exist today. There's still evidence in our leases for our homes that haven't been erased yet because they've been overlooked over the generations. We also have a different mirror for Ronald Takagi, which is more of a kind of a holistic and a look of multiculturalism all over America. But with these two pieces, we've been able to grab primary sources, have students do their own research, become kind of emboldened to ask questions. And again, just like Mr. Swan was saying, our students really guide their journey. They have the advocacy. They're able to look up countries and look up ethnicities and groups that have come to this country. I've had students look at Palestinian Americans, have students look up Egyptian Americans, Native Americans, and Aztec, as well as the Muskogee, and as well as the Mescal Apache. And basically just become advocates and become presenters to the class and become teachers themselves, which is really great. And I love how our curriculum leaves space for our students to guide the class, as well as our Armenian American students who are very passionate about bringing in slides and talking about their culture as well. So I did want to emphasize that point, and as well as bringing in some data. I know as a veteran teacher, showing this much text at once, kind of gets a lot of people just to phase out. So I got some graphs to back it up, brought to you by Dr. Jackson. All right, so this is a survey given to our students based on McClatchy High's survey from 2018, and we want to show congruency with the questions asked there, so we could see how we measured up to the McClatchy High data. So looking at our data, so this question was posed to our students across our classes. It says, I learned something new about my classes and identities, and 97.9% said they learned something new. There's always the kids in class that I tend to focus on as kind of a overthinker, the kids that don't say that they learned something new, and some of those kids are coming in and they have knowledge and they do have a lot more to contribute. But a lot of kids are picking up new things and learning new things about each other and them in different groups as well. And you can see that in the data, of course. And all throughout the data, we are scoring as high or higher than McClatchy did. So our students are responding to this. And there's a lot of students, which you heard from last board meeting that we talked about this last year, that really are hungry for this kind of knowledge. So the next question was, I want to learn more about the histories of my classmates. And again, that's 90% of students were jumping in and saying that they're on the path to becoming lifelong learners, which is our job. We're not supposed to be filling them up and telling them what to know or what to believe, but rather emboldening them and teaching them how to research, how to verify sources, right? How to look for 2 or 3 primary sources to back up their claims and back up the evidence. So to me, this is all positive data. And then gain a new respect for the people different from me and my family. I think that's so important, especially in Folsom, Cordova. Being one of the more diverse high schools in the area, I think it's really big to hear our students teaching each other and respecting each other, even though they may be coming from different backgrounds, religions, cultures, and especially in communities where I have Turkish students and Armenian students in the same classroom, and understanding that those historical animosities and historical issues surrounding genocide are very tough topics to talk about. And as a world history teacher for 15 years of my career, the world history book does give almost a whole page to the conflict, which is very difficult to convey the importance to that to the students who are coming from those areas in the first and second generation. So it's nice to have the space to allow the kids to talk about their feelings, to talk about their identities and how they link to the past, and also to interview parents and grandparents and ask them questions about their experiences as well. So I wanted to point that one out. I really like that question. And I want to learn more about the histories of other people. And again, that's 95%. So we love to see that. I gain a new respect for my classmates and what they have been through. I think especially at Cordova High, where we have so many And I graduated Folsom, but Folsom has become a much more diverse place since I left there back in 2001. But being in Cordova High and seeing so much diversity there, and sometimes we have miscommunications between students. Sometimes we have students that get into altercations because they can't communicate or communicate with each other linguistically. So it's good to see we have a space where kids can talk to each other, ask questions about each other, maybe learn some things so they can better understand where each other are coming from. And then the last one, I learned that I share a responsibility to address the injustice in my community. This is the part that really I think is missing from my teaching history over the years, is taking what you've learned and then applying it. We already have students who are interested in replacing our Cesar Chavez Memorial because it was planted on our campus over 30 years ago, and it would be awesome if we could give it some love and redo it. I've already spoken to the construction teacher, and we want to do a cross-curricular project where he helps us with design and his students help us build it. And just, the real monument is the redwoods that were planted. So it's nice just to maybe do a small project that our students could complete, and then just everybody can have some ownership of the community and the history in our campus. And then with that, I have some great students here that have volunteered to read some of these quotes. These quotes aren't directly from the students here, but rather just having students with the means and the will and the patience to come and speak for us. So we really appreciate them. So they're going to come up and read they're going to let you know who they are and what campus they're from, and then they're going to read a quote for you.
Hello, I'm Elise Hernandez, senior at Vista del Lago High School. Throughout this year, I have learned so much more about culture and backgrounds, from cultural understanding, social justice and equity to personal identity, etc. I know that overall, ethnic studies is important to learn because it promotes all those things I listed above. It helps create a more just society by challenging dominant narratives, amplifying voices, and fostering empathy and respect for all people.
Hello, board. My name is Sajjad Nuri, and I'm a junior in Cordova High School. Taking ethnic studies was a very informative class. I learned things about the histories of people and their culture that I never knew about. I have more respect for all people around me because of the things I learned that their community have gone through. Ethnic studies felt almost like a history class, but instead, mainly focused on communities of people and how they have been treated unfairly throughout history.
Hello, board. My name is Kavan Hayes. I'm a senior at Cordova High School. Taking ethnic studies was a very informative class. I learned things about the histories of people and their culture that I never knew about. I have more respect for all people around me because of the things I learned that their community has gone through. Ethnic studies felt almost like a history class, but instead mainly focused on communities of people and how they have been treated unfairly throughout history.
Hello, everyone. My name is Saeed Latif Saeed, and I'm a senior attending Cordova High School. Taking ethnic studies this year has been a great choice. I have gained a deeper understanding of historical and current experience of communities in the United States. I believe a school's coursework should reflect the student body, and this class does that very well by showing us our own diversity. I could tell kids in this class were interested in the topic more than normal history or social science classes. Overall, I would highly recommend ethnic studies to anyone seeking to broaden their perspective and become more informed and empathetic members of society.
Hi again, I'm Elise, senior at Vista del Lago. Ethnic studies has taught me so much about my self-identity and about other communities around me. This class has taught me the hidden history of yesterday so we could change for tomorrow. There are so many events in our American history that I did not know about and that helped me to understand how they resonate with America today. I also like how many of my classmates were able to share their stories and opinions on certain topics and how everyone was able to cooperate with one another. Ethnic studies has taught me to love myself and stand up for what I believe in and help out other ethnic groups that may not have a voice. I am so grateful and thankful that I took this class.
Hello. In conclusion, our ethnic studies course aligns with district-wide equity initiatives. We saw those tonight on quite a few presentations. The FAIR Act and Common Core state standards. We utilize the state-approved model curriculum, emphasizing defined disciplines and incorporating diverse perspectives through project-based learning. Looking ahead, we anticipate offering the course as a required semester-long course for 9th graders and a year-long advanced elective for 10th through 12th graders, ensuring continued student engagement and academic enrichment. Our teachers will continue to collaborate as a PLC at the district level mid-year and in the summer. Any questions?
Great, thank you guys so much. Let's bring it up to
And President Hui, before we get to questions, I want to thank the team, the students, the teachers, our administrators, and I wanted Dr. Huber to make a few closing comments, please.
Yes, I just wanted to recognize that when we introduced this last year and we prepared to start the pilot program, if you will, in terms of ethnic studies in the current school year, Mr. Reed brought up a question in terms of whether or not this course would be an appropriate place to perhaps insert some materials on anti-Semitism and whether or not those materials could be covered during this course. And as you can see from the presentation, they didn't make it into the course as it currently is, but I wanted to let the board know that the C&I department is very much looking into moving forward in that regard in terms of not only anti-Semitism, but other issues such as Islamophobia, anti-Palestinianism, anti-Indigenous sentiment, basically all forms of xenophobia. And we are looking at building materials and resources for teachers that all teachers would have access to in a variety of subjects and grade levels to make sure that, those resources were available, especially in terms of, different things that are happening in the moment in our country. And so that's something the C&I team will be working on as we move forward. And some of those materials could find themselves in ethnic studies if those were topics that were current or relevant at the time. So that work is ongoing.
Thank you, Dr. Huber. Great. Let's take it out to questions from the board.
Yeah, I just have one quick question. What is the difference in the curriculum for the semester class versus the year long? Do we still take the same 4 groups and we just have more robust, or is it like we have more groups that are added into that year-long curriculum, or?
So I have the year-long curriculum at Innovations, the fully online virtual academy. And yes, I am able to spend more time on the different groups as well as more time on the different themes. And so also I'm also able to spend more time on the ending. We said it's project-based learning. We have a community service project that is at the end, and we are able to spend about a month and a half on that, which is really needed for our students to have all of that time to do a thorough research project. So we are just able to offer more time for the year long.
And for Cordova High, we have a semester-long course at the moment, but we have been talking about whether we should expand that to a year or even have a semester course for freshmen, just kind of as an elective, and then a full year for 10th to 12th. I think the big focus for us has been how to structure the class. And the themes are our units, they're thematic units. So we start with identity, and of course, we try to shape each unit with as many groups and examples that we can, especially focused on the students. So that would give us room to expand and add more if it was a year long. Then after that is history and movement, which we find, again, that's where students say, and I brought a Jamboard discussion that I have with my students, trying to advocate in the beginning just to get them excited about the class, what different ethnicities they want to learn more about. And we have Armenians and Persians and South Islanders, the Hmong people, as well as the Filipino, and then the indigenous cultures, and Chicano and the Asian studies. Again, the Apache, and different groups that the students either represent themselves or that they're very curious on. And so having a year would allow us to kind of expand how many groups we go into. Like, so for example, with Asian American and Pacific Islanders, that's where when I had this group of 4 Armenian students, 1 second generation, but the other 3 were all first generation. And they were like, why don't we have an Armenian unit in here? And I've said a great idea, right? And so I tasked them with bringing me some slides and some things, which they didn't really follow through on. So Mrs. helped them. And we fact-checked it with them as well. And so they approved it. We got the okay for them. And we taught it to the class. And I like that. I like that structure, like especially being a white male in that space. I want to make sure that I'm not the person dictating to them and telling them, especially in a space of ethnic studies that is designed to bring voices to the groups that spoke out in the Third World Liberation Front back in 1969, the groups that were saying we don't see ourselves in the textbooks. And as someone who's taught out of our history books for years, right, our world history book is primarily European history, right? And that's something that I'd love to change and get into, but in this space, we don't have to make any changes. In this space, we already have those groups that are already in there, and we have built-in spaces. So I think it would look like, for us, it would look like identity and history and movement would be first semester, and this is, again, just one of our options right now, and that would give us a lot of time to cover history and current culture, things like that. And then the second semester, would be mostly systems of power and then social movements. And again, we would like community service time as well in the project, but expanding to a year would, again, just allow us to do so much more. And I think the students will respond to that too.
Yeah, I would just kind of hearing your presentation, it seems like maybe a semester is a little constraining. So, because there's so much that's there. I love the idea of a community service project, because I think it's really them taking everything that they've learned and putting it into practice and action. And I love that there's an actionable item at the end of the class. So that's really awesome. So thanks for all your work.
I have a couple thoughts. First of all, thank you to the teachers who stepped up to teach this and take it on. This is like my heart work, so I was very glad that Ms. Jackson took over from me kind of starting a long time ago in the district. This was my degree in college. I took my first class in college and was changed as a human. And so thank you. My daughter took it at Folsom High last semester, and all she ever said was, I wish this was a full year. I don't want this class to end. I don't want this class to end. And then the other thing was every single child should take this class. Like, there is not a single person that should not take this class in terms of being able to communicate with other people. And I think that technology has taken away the ability to communicate, and this class really drove into those hard topics, and kids had to talk, and it was fantastic. So thank you. You guys are all doing amazing work. I would like to ask the students what their favorite thing or what they felt was the most insightful or that they are happy that they were in that class because of.
Hi, Sajjad Nuri again. My favorite part of the ethnic studies class was the more talking about the indigenous people and the people who were first here before the people colonized the land. I really feel like it's good to know where people came from and that this is not just someone's land and they just took it without any sort of confirmation or coordination with anybody. That's it.
Something I think that I found relevant recently when I was researching something completely unrelated for English was when we did a unit on slavery and breaking down essentially the entire ideology behind slavery and how the founding fathers could hold such completely opposite ideals of slavery like freedom alongside owning slaves. I felt like it was just a really good discussion to have, explaining how that could even happen and how it shapes everything today. And I think it's one of those things where I got out of this class where I can still relate that to something completely unrelated, like an English project on standardized testing. And I just found that that was a very great information to know from that class, so.
One thing I really enjoy about the ethnic studies course that I'm taking is just how almost hands-on it is. Like when I first joined, I remember thinking I wonder what I haven't learned that this course is going to teach me. And the first thing I learned was something about my own self. It was I took a step back and I looked at who I was and what my culture was. So it was really great within the first week learning all of that about my own culture.
For our first project that we did, it was all about ourselves and our past and what we've been through. And then for each month, last month it was Black History Month. We had a few topics on it, and this month, Women's Month just started, and we already did an assignment on it.
Yeah, it was a joy sitting in professional development with you all and just hearing your ideas. And I kind of wanted to jump in and say a few things, but you know what? You guys are the experts. So I appreciate each and every one of you for the work that you're putting in. I'm excited. I mean, right now it's an elective, but I'm even more so excited because it's going to be a requirement next year. I will say that I do have some concerns with AB 101, and I think I've brought it up before, the continuing funding of it, but we'll be okay because I'm going to advocate until I can't anymore, either as a representative of this board or through CSBA. I want to make sure that this continues to be funded and it continues to give the students that insight of what they need. Cole, you did mention the Turkish and Armenian students being able to discuss, things that happened, especially with the Armenian genocide. And I mean, I think that is just fantastic because you still have the older generations that are out there that are still bickering with each other. And it's like, you know what, it's time to, it happened. We understand that. We need to learn about it, but we have to move on from it. So, and I think those students are understanding that. So again, students, thank you. I recognize a couple of you at Cordova. So, but thank you for everything in your voice, because it's very important.
And I do want to speak to that point too, is in having those conversations, we're able to help students differentiate policies from governments versus the citizens who live in those countries. And especially as citizens of the United States, I can't find any citizens of the United States who agree with every leader that we've had or every decision that those leaders have had. So it's good to have that space to talk and have those students ask those questions. And also, like Kavan said, that first whole unit, we're talking about our identities and who we are and how much we have in common with each other and how much we share in values across cultures. And it allows us to maybe get away from objectifying each other and turning, making each other villains, and really kind of coming to the table and saying, what do we share and how can we value the person who's maybe even on the opposite side of the table or the opposite side of the argument from me. So I do appreciate that space.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for coming out. We always love seeing
anytime.
Well, thank you guys for being here. It is really fun to have you. Somebody mentioned, was this both of your first meetings that we had this discussion and voted on this? So how wonderful to have it come back. And thank you for the update. Really excited for what you're doing. I just had one question, maybe related to Ms. Laird's, and it's clarification on it. I think it said next year for all ninth graders, this would be a semester-long class, and then it would be an elective, or can you help clarify what that?
That's a great question. So we're still trying to figure that out. I know when we first adopted the class, the semester was attractive to me because it felt more manageable. 4 units in a semester is usually exactly what we do. So expanding that, I think we'd like to workshop it a little bit before we make a commitment to how long we're going to make it. But we already have students signing up for it for next year. So it's just a matter of how we're gonna work it. And I think we have them signing up for a semester course. Yeah, so at least next semester at Cordova High, we're gonna have 2 semesters again.
Great. All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for all the work you guys have done for this. We'll take it out to public comment. If there is, I don't see any here in person, any online, none online. That being said, thank you for sticking around so long tonight. Good luck tomorrow at the end of the quarter here.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll go back up to discussion item A now, JROTC program offered at Folsom High School or Vista Del Lago High School. Superintendent?
Yes, this was a request that came from the board back in August about exploring the opportunity to expand our junior ROTC programs in our Folsom High Schools. So with that, Dr. Huber, welcome.
And I'm going to take the opportunity to stand. So I think I'll stay here. So again, this came as the request of the board. And the request was the idea of, we do have currently an Air Force JROTC at Cordova High School, but would we entertain the thought of perhaps doing that at either Vista del Lago or Folsom High School? At least that was the ask at the time. So just a little bit of an overview. JROTC is actually offered by every single branch of the military. And while they all offer it, the thing that is common to all of them is the process. And the process is basically that we would have to apply for a program. And then during that process, during the application process, the branch of the military we're applying to would come out to the school site and would walk the campus, review that we are meeting all the specifications in terms of being able to actually host a program. So minimum requirements for JROTC is basically 10% of the students enrolled or 100 students, whichever is less. That's the minimum requirements. The program also requires that it has 2 instructors. Normally this is a officer and a enlisted, but that doesn't have to be the case. Depending on personnel needs, sometimes you can have 2 NCOs or 2 officers. And in the case of Cordova High School, we have 2 NCOs who are actually running that program. There is a requirement for dedicated space of both a classroom and then also, again, a minimum of 400 square feet of storage. And that storage area has to be climate controlled and it has to be exclusively for JROTC. It cannot be shared by any other program. Just to kind of touch base in terms of what we do have at Cordova High School right now. Right now, the program there has 65 cadets. You might be thinking, wait a second, I thought the requirement was 100. It is, and so Cordova High School, our program has been on probation because of the number of students. We have not yet hit the 100 mark pretty much since the program started. And mostly, I'll tell you that mostly comes down to we've had some real challenges in terms of staffing the program. We've had some real inconsistencies in terms of keeping consistent staff members. We lucked out in just a few years ago in terms of getting Senior Master Sergeant Harden and Master Sergeant Gardner. They are doing a phenomenal job in terms of bringing consistency to the program. They were really great with the students at Cordova High School. And one of the things, I can tell you, one of the things I was frustrated with as being a principal when I was at Mitchell Middle School is how many times I invited the program to come over to Mitchell. You know, I'm a military brat myself. I had planned on going in the military when I was in high school, head injury, nixed that career. But in terms of my background, I wanted them to come over and show what they were doing and working on to the middle schoolers to generate some excitement, and that never happened. But both Senior Master Sergeant Harden and Master Sergeant Gardner are really plugging into our middle schools, and especially Mills because they're right next door. So it does look like we are on track to hitting that 100 cadet minimum next year. So just, again, part of the overview, the academic program for ROTC and the Air Force focus obviously is aerospace. And the program is working on beginning drones and robotics. There's a leadership component, which is roughly 40%, and then also health and fitness. If you'll recall, ROTC used to qualify for PE credits. The state of California did change that several years ago, and it does not qualify for PE credits any longer. There is also, obviously, the military aspect of the program in terms of drill sequences and ceremonies. And then once a week, I believe it's usually Thursdays, students dress up in their uniforms. Also, they are very involved in the community. They are plugged into the Somerset Senior Living Support Center, which actually houses quite a few of our veterans members of Cordova. And they also work with the Rancho Cordova Food Locker. And of course, then they participate in events such as the 4th of July and Veterans Day community events. So programmatic costs to the district. So when you take on a JROTC program, basically you're going into partnership with the military. And it kind of covers in 2 aspects. Right off the bat, the military handles basically all the startup costs when it comes to the curriculum, the uniforms, you know, everything that the program needs, the military does supply that at no cost to the district office. And then in terms of salary of those 2 people running the program, it's what's called minimum instructor pay, which means that the branch of the military pays the minimum amount of instructor pay, and then the district has to make up that amount to whatever we are at with our bargaining groups. And so currently it roughly breaks out to about an 80-20 percentage. And then also just there is a monthly allocation that is required. That's a district expense in terms of providing consumables or different things that they might need. For instance, covering dry cleaning of their uniforms, et cetera. that works out to roughly around $6,000 a month. And so currently, right now, the program at Cordova High School costs the district roughly $230,000 per year to run. So staff recommendations, again, when the request first came out, the idea was to host this perhaps at either Folsom High School or Vista del Lago. And working with both principals, we've kind of stepped back from that in terms of it would be our recommendation that it might be best to save this if there is interest in pursuing another program, to wait until we have our next high school. The reason being, Vista del Lago is really slammed in terms of, or really impacted in terms of space. And meeting the requirements in terms of classroom and storage would be a real challenge at Vista del Lago. Folsom High School has just added a new pathway, a health pathway, and patient care. And so in terms of just the number of electives offered, I think Mr. Caden had said something in the neighborhood of when it gets to time for kids to choose their electives, it becomes kind of the Hunger Games around here. And so the whole idea that the electives then start almost cannibalizing each other. And so both principals would like to advocate that actually, if we wanted to do an ROTC program, that we consider doing that with the new high school. And then we could offer that as a foundational elective. Foundational simply meaning it would be one of the electives that opened the new school. And then in terms of if we did apply for that, the process usually is we would do kind of a campaign. I was the one that started the ROTC program at Cordova High School. And what we did was we basically went out and did a promotional campaign with the students and explained to them, this is the Navy, this is the Air Force, this is the Army, over the course of about 3 months. And then we got the student interest in terms of ranking, which one were they most interested in. Air Force rose to the top as number one, probably because, Mather, is still part of our collective memory. So that was where the program that we applied for and ultimately won. If we hadn't won that one, if for whatever reason the Air Force declined to open up a unit, then we would have gone to our next one. The second option was the Marines. That was the second option that students were most interested in. So we would have applied again for the Marines. One of the things about the program is there does seem to be times where the military pauses. And in fact, one of the reasons that originally I had asked for the program or this presentation be pushed down a little bit further was I was kind of having some difficulty finding out if currently all the programs were available for us to apply to. So that can be an impact in terms of, we want to go forward with an application and the military comes back and says simply, we're not offering them currently. One of the things that does stand out is California is seen as a state that has less than the number of JROTC programs that the military would like. So California actually is high on the list in terms of they would like more programs in California. So that would work to our advantage. And that's it. Any questions?
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, questions from the board.
Mr. President.
Mr. Clark.
Please keep Cordova.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you that I've had a chance to go out and work with both of the teachers out there, and I'm really excited because it's the first time that I've seen that kind of palpable interaction. It feels different than it ever felt that, when I was there previously. And then we did take a hit. The program closed for a year. I actually thought the Air Force was going to pull it from us at that time, but they allowed us to continue for an additional year. And it does look like we're building in a positive way. So I'm real excited about the prospects.
And you mentioned, or it's your recommendation that we hold off on the other two or the other program until the new high school is built?
Yeah, well, I definitely respect the viewpoint of both principals, and both principals, we engaged in several conversations since starting in about November, and both of them felt that they're just, somewhat saturated, or it would be a real challenge in terms of facilities. And so with those two things, with, a high school not that far around the corner in terms of our future, to me, it seems like it actually would be a great place, as a foundational elective.
Yeah, great. As a former Air Force guy, I just, I love this program. I really do. It does teach leadership, patience, and all that other good stuff. But you mentioned something on one of the pages about a $6,000 a month stipend.
Not a stipend,
but
right.
for dry cleaning.
Yeah, a variety of things. So there's just a variety of different things that the program does require, and that is one of the expenditures that is in the budget for ROTC currently.
Okay, and you did mention dry cleaning, right?
Dry cleaning is one of them. Yes.
Okay, I mean, I
As
know
an
there was
example, yeah.
well, I had got a phone call from one of our city council members that kind of mentioned that.
Yeah, we took care of it once we discovered it was an issue.
Yeah.
But as far as I understand, I believe it's things like upkeep, because while the Air Force provides everything up front,
Sure.
I believe as wear and tear, it's on the district to replace those things as time goes on. So
Well, I know
think that's what it's
wearing
for.
dress blues once a week
Yeah.
can do the wear and tear on them. So,
Sure.
but thank you for the presentation. I mean, I look forward to seeing that program at Cordova grow. I mean, it brings option and opportunities to these kids, and it's not like we're trying to get them to go into the military, but it's an option. And I mean, the things that they have in place now, like when I joined, I mean, there wasn't a $14,000 signing bonus. I
Right.
mean, you
Right.
just went in and
Yeah.
went in. But I mean, now the opportunities are there for them to even further their education, whether they know it or not. But
Yeah, that was one of the things that Dr. Moore and Mr. Caden had shared was, we have a significant number of students that go into the military, even though we don't offer an ROTC program currently on our at our Folsom campuses. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think it would be great to have, one of those programs on both sides of the district.
now, let me ask you, and you may or may not know this, are we still having recruiters come on campus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when we have college and career nights or career fairs, et cetera, we usually have recruiters on campus. We usually have, well, at least I can speak for Cordova, and Ms. Emmington might be able to speak to Vista, Ms. Emmington, in terms of recruiters on campus during college career night, et cetera. When I was at Cordova, all four, actually, I think it was all four. I don't recall ever seeing the Coast Guard there, but all four of the main military branches were there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing the Marines and Air Force at like a back-to-school night. So I just wanted to make sure that that continued.
Yeah, and the college and career fair, they were also represented,
Awesome.
in terms of at Folsom, this year that was hosted at Folsom High School, they were there as well.
Okay, great.
They come at lunch, and we usually build a pretty strong relationship with them, so we know, they come and go, the recruiters at that location, but we get to know them while they're there.
Yeah, the counselors especially, because they'll drop out literature off in the counseling offices, so, yeah.
Right, okay, great, thank you.
Dr. Hubert, do you know if there are currently any Folsom residents that are matriculating at Cordova High in order to participate in the junior ROTC?
Not that I'm aware of. I could check into that for you, but not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, yeah, if you could,
Sure,
I'd love to know that. Yeah, the one thing that I've noticed since I've been on the school board at graduation ceremonies, the number of students at all three high schools that are going into the military, but it's also noticeable in both at Folsom High School and Vista Del Lago. And that's part of the reason why I asked for this presentation, because I feel like the Folsom residents are potentially missing out on some early training and incentives. I think and maybe Mr. Clark would know, I think if you go through the junior ROTC program, there's some benefit.
There is some benefit. Actually, you would have that, and that would move forward if you did go into the Air Force. Instead of being a basic airman, you would be a airman first class.
Okay. So, I thought that, with two high schools that, and actually soon to be three at some point, Folsom would be an ideal area to potentially have a second ROTC or junior ROTC program. So both sides of the district had a program. Obviously, I suspect we would probably be interested in a different program so that
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume so too.
Is it, and you may not know this question or know the answer to this question. I'm wondering if it's possible for two high schools to share a program.
No, I did check into that because Dr. Clegan shared that that was a question.
Okay.
And it's that ratio that's a problem because it is capped.
Okay.
And so you have to have at least 100 students, you know, and so, but you can't go over 180 for 2 faculty members. So if once you hit 180, you'd have to hire a 3rd faculty member. So I did, you know, talk with a representative, and they're like, yeah, you wouldn't, because I said the same thing, would be a chance of, it would still be hard logistically as well in terms of trying to figure out how you would do that in terms of like morning classes at one school and then afternoon classes at the other in terms of drive time, et cetera. But the gentleman I talked to said, yeah, that wouldn't work anyways. In terms of the ratio, it wouldn't work. So we
Okay.
wouldn't permit
Yeah,
it.
I was just curious if like Folsom and Vista del Lago could have shared a program until we build the 3rd high school,
Yeah.
and then transfer that program over as one of
Onto
the
the-
foundational programs. But it sounds like that's not possible.
No.
Okay. You know, I've had a couple of students ask me about, does the Space Force have a ROTC program yet? Actually, I think I read somewhere that they were launching the very first ROTC program. So obviously that one's actually very high on engineering and mathematics. So, you know, maybe this perhaps little pause before we build this school, maybe that will be up and running and we might be able to get one of the first of those.
I did try to find some information on that. It's a little more scattered. That's why
Yeah.
I didn't include it this evening, because it was just much more difficult. But you're right, in terms of, you know, 2 or 3 years down the road, that might be a completely different conversation.
I'm wondering, would it be too early to potentially pull Folsom students just to get a feel for if there would be an interest? And you can even say in the question, we're thinking about setting a program like this up. It'll probably be 4 or 5 years into the future, but the district is just curious if students in the Folsom would be interested. So we could at least get a baseline as to whether there's an interest or not.
Yeah, we could. I would suggest we might want to do that next time electives comes around, which would be, you know, a little earlier than this time next year, simply because they're already choosing their electives.
Sure.
So it could be built in. You know, we are kind of cognizant of survey fatigue, but it would be a really natural place to place that in terms of, you know, this is not elective that we're offering. However, we're trying to assess, you know, student interest.
For future purpose, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it'd be very easy to do.
I appreciate that. No, that'd be great. Obviously, apparently there's no urgency because we have to build a high school first.
That is a constraint.
Okay. All right, I think those are mine. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Actually, I do. Do we like market this program at Cordova at the Folsom schools and just give them the options? I mean, if we're kind of struggling to meet the 100 number,
Sure,
you know, I mean, just to bridge us, you know, maybe if there's, you know, 10 kids that are really interested in it, they could just transfer down if that's something they're really passionate about.
Yeah, I think that's actually something, right now they're focusing really on building those relationships with those 2 middle schools. But actually, I think that is absolutely what we want to do, is do some marketing at the other schools just so there's a better awareness, because I don't think that people are really even aware that it's there. I believe that for the program, I know Mr. Sims has marched in parades that are part of the Folsom side of the house as well, but I'm not sure if ROTC has. But we might also look at other opportunities, like the Veterans Day Parade or whatever, where, and they might, I forgot to ask that. But anything we could do to kind of get their visibility up, it would be beneficial.
Yeah, that just might solve 2 issues at once.
Sure. Yeah.
We get their numbers up and we offer it then while we're bridging through.
Absolutely.
To that new program can come up. Cool, thanks.
Thanks. I did have one question, and I guess starting with a comment that, you know, I think one of the things that I appreciate about this program is a little bit of what Mr. Clark, what you were mentioning, offering some opportunities for students post-high school. Certainly one of those being a military branch, and you might, again, it's more your expertise, you probably know better than I would, but I believe if a student goes into a college that has an ROTC program, they often have that school paid for.
Absolutely.
So the opportunity for students to, you know, go through college, get an education, I mean, that doesn't come around every day.
No, I mean, you can use your GI Bill, or while you're enlisted, you can attend college, and I'm a product of that. I mean, I probably paid for my college probably about $850 for books.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's So,
You know? And then, I mean, and then afterlife, the benefits of, you know, I show my military ID, man, I get all kind of discounts, but that's just a cheap guy I am. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's just that housing, the opportunities are endless.
Yeah. So, you know, for the opportunity for the students that are in this program to go on to a college that has an ROTC program, get their education paid for, essentially. I mean, that's really exciting. So the question in that is, you know, are you aware, is there a precedent in other programs maybe to track how many students are going into those ROTC programs or graduating college after participating in the JROTC?
Yeah, actually, that's one of the reasons that I'm looking forward to the fact that we have some stability now at the Cordova program, because it's actually absolutely one of the things that we want to do. We can pull data in terms of, you know, all the principals, you know, if you're joining the military graduating class, please stand up, applause.
Mhm.
And so we do know, you know, who is, but as part of the ROTC program to also then track that, I think would be very interesting data to have. And so, but what we've lacked is consistency. But now that we've got it, that's something that I know the program is interested in doing.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, I would love to see that. It would be exciting to see who's getting these opportunities that might not otherwise. So yeah, I'd appreciate if that's something we can start paying attention to.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, otherwise, thank you for the presentation. I don't have any in-person public comments up here. Is there any online? No. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Huber. So that brings us to discussion item B, bleed control trauma kits discussion. Dr. Clegan.
Yes, this topic came up, I think, from Mr. Mellador, our students, and they were asking about how we were implementing Assembly Bill 70 with the emergency response kits in any newly built facilities. So tonight we have Amanda Turks, our coordinator of health and wellness, and also our director of health and wellness, Carrie Kay, that are reporting out on the bleed control trauma kits. So welcome, Amanda.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Amanda Turks. I'm the coordinator of health and wellness. I'm here with Carrie Kay, the director, and then on the screen we have our subcommittee members who all met together to discuss the findings of the requirements of what we can do with AB 70 and what we can try to do to spread these resources district-wide. So just to start off, I'd like to talk about the requirements of what we must do with this new legislation. AB 70 only is requiring trauma kits to be in the newly constructed schools, which for next year would be Alder Creek, or any educational facility that incurs improvements above $100,000. So you're required to put 6 trauma kits in the schools, and there's a little variation of what we'll talk about of where they are, what's in them. We also need to create protocols of how we notify staff of where these supplies are, and then offer opportunities for staff to receive training if they choose to. Inside of a kit, AB 2260 details what must be in a kit, which includes a tourniquet, a bleed control bandage, non-latex protective gloves and a marker, 1 pair of scissors, and instructional documentation. 2 of those items on the list currently are in every campus because we're required to have the AEDs. So this would be an expansion of some of the emergency kits we already have. I'm going to show you a couple of example of bleed control kits by a vendor called Stop the Bleed, but we're still pursuing other vendors in the district. On the one side is an individual bleed kit detailing what I just described on the previous slide. When I mentioned gauze, there's ingredients in gauzes that do break down over time that stop the elements of bleeding. Our district is pursuing the one that has the longest shelf life, so about 10 years before you'd have to replace, whereas the other 2 options, the CLX first aid dressing or the Quick Clot, would be about 5 years. So on the left is an individual bleed control kit, and on the right is a bleed control station, which has 8 of the individual kits in it. So Alder Creek is our first school that we're required to provide these kits into. So we met as a subcommittee with risk management, safe schools, SIA, and school site staff at Alder Creek to discuss how would we best implement these kits, knowing the ins and outs of the school. And the recommendation from the team was to buy 1 bleed control station and split it into 2. Knowing that there's 2 floors, 4 of the kits would be placed in the office prominently close to the AED, and the other 4 kits would be upstairs, centrally located next to the elevators along with signage. Also, as part of the plan, it would be a joint responsibility between our Department of Health and Wellness and Safety to make sure that these materials are inventoried and that we would do any replacements if needed. As part of this process, we discussed different ways we could notify staff of the location of these bleed control kits. Currently, this could be done at an annual staff meeting. It could be done as part of an employee handbook. There's multiple ways we can get this information out. One factor we'd like to share with staff who are not there on a daily basis, that they would be aware of where these supplies are. And for training opportunities, because we are looking at this from the lens of willing and trained volunteers, we can partner with the National Bleed Awareness Campaign, National Homeland Security, the American Red Cross. Our district school nurses have taken this training and have become Stop the Bleed trainers, and we're willing to pursue staff training here. Our whole department has taken this training. We're ready. Our department and our subcommittee, we do recognize that these resources are valuable to students and staff across the district, and we'd like to use Alder Creek as a learning opportunity or a pilot to see what is the best practice or recommendations we can take to individual school sites, specifically about the supply, the number of kits, knowing that not many of our schools architecturally or geographically are similar. Some school programs have higher need for these type of supplies. If you have, say, a workshop or woodworking, auto mechanic show, those type of programs may warrant higher volume of these supplies. We would want to have an opportunity to review staff feedback about the training opportunities and how they were notified on this process, and then also over time creating updates to our emergency and disaster preparedness plan. From a timeline perspective, this would be phased rolled out over the course of maybe a year and a half, but Alder Creek would be the first one to have these adopted. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Reed?
Yeah, can you go back to, I think it was page 2 or 3? Oh, I'll go back one. Oh, where is it? There you go. Oh, the prices. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Actually, I didn't have my cell phone on me. We're so used to the calculators on cell phones. I felt like I was back in grade school. I had to take and do the math. But it looks like 8 individual kits on the left only equals $336, whereas the 8 kits on the right is $550.
One is including of a housing and signage, and one is
okay.
not. So what you're looking at on the left is just a Ziploc bag with those components in it. Yeah. It doesn't give you the sign or orientation of where you're going, whereas on the right, it's a station that kind of similar to an AED box on the wall.
Okay. And then, you know, I'm really appreciative of the students bringing this issue before us. Matt would probably know. Matt, do you know how many classrooms we have in the district total? 1,000?
Yeah, over 1,000.
So 1,000 classrooms. Well, all right, I'm not going to do the math right here, embarrass myself. But anyway, you know, I'm wondering the potential benefit of having one bleed kit in every single classroom. You know, it would, well, first of all, it would set a statement of how seriously the district considers this. I mean, the statistics are out there that show, and I had it the last time we talked about this. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I want to say it was somewhere like it was a very high percentage that of individuals who have a traumatic wound that end up dying because they don't have access to this type of material in a short order and aren't able to get medical care in a short order that could be saved with this type of thing. And I know, you know, oftentimes we like to maybe not think about the worst case scenario, and understandably, but I think it's something that we should consider. And even if it's going to cost, $42,000 or whatever it might be to get one of these kits in every single classroom, and hope that we will never, ever, ever need to use it, it still seems like an expense that's potentially worthwhile considering. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Your math was correct. I did it on my calculator, just so you know.
Oh, was it? All right. I was,
Our subcommittee is eager to we are continuing the exploration of what is feasible within the geographic lens. I'd like to share that having a resource in a space without the education to use it isn't as effective, nor does it make the accountability of the reactive needs appropriate. You need to know that you have a resource and how to use it to be effective, and then it's available predictably all of the time. So those are all considerations our subcommittee is and will pursue. Alder Creek will have it in this model to start, but anything we can do afterward, we'll certainly consider that.
Yeah, that's really helpful to hear. So it sounds like it's not necessarily the financial expense that's the problem. It's actually making sure people know how to use them. Otherwise, we're wasting that finance at some point. So I appreciate that. I just, for clarity on my end, these would be available at Alder Creek essentially as soon as the school opens. And then the pilot really is providing that training and making sure the staff knows how to use it, as well as how we're tracking what's happening.
We're relying on willing and trained volunteers to step forward and ask for training opportunities. There's no job description change within this program, so seeking out what is the ask, what are the questions that we're seeing, and then also getting the feedback from various types of staff before then branching out to the separate schools. But it is important that this is a school site decision of those factors, because the school administrator and that team has to be able to put this in part of their school site safety plan and make those decisions.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you. Any other questions from the board? I don't see any. I don't have any public comments up here. Any online? No. All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Turks and Ms. Kay.
And that brings us to discussion item D, Safety Advisory Committee update on school resource officer contracts. Dr. Kaligian?
Yes, our safety committee met a couple weeks ago, but it wasn't our full committee. And I know reviewing the SRO contracts is a timely discussion because our 3-year term is coming due at the end of June. So that is a focus area that Don and the committee have been looking at. However, they are scheduling another meeting so we can get the full committee there, but we thought we would daylight this today with the board so you can see the draft of the 2 contracts and some of those areas that are a little bit different from the last time we adopted the full contract 3 years ago. So with that, Mr. Ogden.
Thank you. So the attachments are 2 different contracts. One's from the city of Folsom, and the other's from Rancho Cordova. There's different prices, and it really just reflects the different salaries that are paid to the 2 officers. They're pretty close. We have done some work over the years with both law enforcement agencies on these MOUs, so they reflect the needs that we have in our district. One of the challenges we have is they're not our employees, so they are employees of those law enforcement agencies. When we sign this contract with them, it's for the time that the students are in school. So over the summertime, they go back and work with the agency. What we're trying to do today is just to share with the board what the contract would look like if we were to hire 2 officers in each city. If you go back to 5-6 years ago, we actually had 3 officers in each city. And we had a lot of students coming in, and they were voicing concerns about having so many school resource officers on campus was perhaps criminalizing, behavior that was not criminal. And so that was the impetus of the Safety Advisory Committee. We created a committee, and that committee got together, and it actually has met probably 4 years straight now, 4 or 5 times a year. It's made up of staff, it's made up of students, and it's made up of community members and parents. a lot of people have been on that committee through the whole journey, and some people on the committee have been in front of the microphone multiple times to talk about, you know, different concerns. So when we started on this committee, one of the outcomes was we looked at how law enforcement engaged with our students. And a suggestion by the committee was we needed to draft some board policy and administrative regulations to clearly dictate how they should act, because at that time we had none. And so that was one of the first outcomes. Another outcome was we looked at some other models. We looked at what was going on in San Juan. We looked at what was going on in Fairfield, Sassoon. We looked at what was going on in Sac City. When I say we looked at what was going on, we actually had those three entities bring people to our safety advisory committee and give presentations and field questions and show us their budgets and explain what was working and what wasn't. And that's what we used to come to the board and give some recommendations on what we should do with law enforcement on our campuses. And the consensus of the committee was hard to get, because there were some on the committee who didn't want a presence at all, and there were some that wanted exactly what we had. And so we actually came sort of to the middle with looking at what they had done at some of the other districts. And what they had done is they'd created some positions that were not law enforcement positions, but they were safety positions. And so DT, who you've all met, is, you know, he's our director of safety. DT, is he here? There he is, right there. There he is. Right? That position came directly out of that committee. That committee made a recommendation. We actually worked with that committee to draft that job description. Many of you were on the board when we waited for DT to get out of his other contract and come work for us. And we were really glad, you know, when he came on board. Well, another outcome was to create another position, which Terry is in now. And so that's another safety position that came out of the committee. So to add some non-law enforcement positions, but that oversaw safety. And this actually did address some of our issues. For example, because law enforcement people are not our employees, they take their days when they take their days. They have a different contract. I can't negotiate, I want you to work 5 days a week during school hours. Their contract is a 4-day-a-week, 10-hour contract. So that's not something that's negotiable. So having DT on our schedule and having Terry on our schedule, make sure we have people here every day that we're in session and every day that we have students. The other challenge, though, that we had as we were going through this is we've given the principals how we want law enforcement to engage with students, but we really haven't told our law enforcement agents how we want them to act, right? We had, at one point, we had law enforcement standing in front of a school and welcoming students as they came in all day. And the feedback from the community and from the board was, let's give them a different direction. Let's ask them to be more mobile. Let's ask them to drive around and visit schools and check in. So that's really been the model for the last couple of years, is they've spent a lot more time really going school to school than being at a school for an extended period of time. And what we think may have been lost there was the ability for them to form some relationships with students. You know, because being there consistently and talking to students consistently, you get to know them and some relationships form. So that may be something we want to reflect on as a safety committee. You know, do we want to maybe change that dynamic? The other thing, just so you know, we have a shortage right now. We have a couple of campus monitors out at Cordova High School, and we had some things happen to cars in the parking lot this year. So we actually asked our law enforcement agents, our school resource officers, to actually be at Cordova High for about a month now. We've had 2 officers, mostly at Cordova High and Mills. And it'll be interesting to hear the feedback from the students on how that's been, if that's been a good thing. Is that something we want to go forward with? So we'll be talking about those issues and maybe even one more. A thought, and it was brought up when we had a sort of an ad hoc meeting when we got these contracts, and we said, okay, let's see if we can get everybody together in a Zoom meeting and talk about it. And we were only able to get about 14 members. We typically have 40 to 50 people at our meetings at least. And so this was a smaller group, but of those participants, some of them said, well, you know, what about exploring adding an SRO, maybe in Rancho Cordova? Because in Rancho Cordova, we're still having some issues with some crime. we're having some students that are truant or off campus. And so maybe adding an officer that could do more of a truancy kind of officer, do knock and talks like we did in the past. Maybe go out when we hear that students are off campus doing things, pick them up because it's a law enforcement agent. They can pick them up, bring them to school rather than criminalize it or let them get into trouble. So those are just some things that we were floating around in that meeting. I think a couple of questions were brought up, and one question had to do with how are we doing with communications with law enforcement agencies? Always can be improved. A bit of a challenge we do have at times is knowing when officers are calling in sick. If you work in our district, we have an ASOP absent management system. We know when you're not going to be in it. It notifies us automatically. So we've worked through that. I think that's one of the roles that DT has, is being that liaison or knowing when they're going to be out. So we're working through this, and hopefully we'll have, excuse me, hopefully we'll have a recommendation for you after our next meeting. Our next meeting's on April 3rd. And so I'm hoping, Van and Matt, that you could invite some students to join us. It'll be here April 3rd at 4:30. You guys can join us, and if you want to invite students, we welcome them to be part of it.
Thanks, Don. So tonight, at least from the board's perspective, I think if we do have any thoughts around what we'd want to bring back to that committee or questions for you to help inform that discussion, that's what you would be looking for. Certainly it's discussion. We're not making any decisions on this, and it sounds like it won't be coming back to us until April 18th, at least until April 18th. April 18th gives us enough time to be able to make some decisions around this.
Yeah, they're going to want their contracts, in the cities in April. So.
Okay. So really, I guess asking for the board beyond what Don has shared, right? So looking at these three priorities as the safety committee, as well as a few of the other ideas that you have listed here. Is there anything that you see in those three suggestions that you would like to comment on, that you don't want to see in there, or anything you'd want to add?
I just had a question, and I think it's maybe that top bullet point, but I know at one point when we had this discussion in the past, we talked about looking at creating a different job that was more a site-based school safety person rather than, and that would be a staff member that we are able to kind of give more direction to what that job title looks like rather than the police department doing that. Is that something that was talked about or is still something that we're looking at?
I think we have that position right now with Terry's position.
Okay.
So if we wanted to staff, that position, we could, and DT, you could talk to that, because right now, how we use Terry, we could have another person with that job description and could be at one site.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying so late tonight. But yeah, that is something that we've actually considered, is maybe offering another position that's similar to Terry Douglas, who's our community safety, officer in the area, because he kind of bounces around to quite a few schools, already. So having a second one is something that we've kicked around.
That position then could do a lot of what you're talking about with the knock and talk, so we call it, right? Rather than a uniformed police officer going and doing that work, we could have.
Well, Terry actually does quite a bit of that, but there are some situations where it's probably not, safe for Terry to go into that environment, and we've kind of partnered with our law enforcement, partners to maybe go with him, not necessarily to be involved in the actual dialogue that occurs at the door, but because some of the circumstances, that having that law enforcement present, really makes a difference.
I mean, I would just say, at the risk of kind of opening this discussion I know the first time, well, not the first time, when this came up a few years ago, it took us quite a bit of time to come to some conclusions around how we wanted to move forward. We have to make a decision about this particular contract we have, but especially when we start talking about the potential of adding a third SRO, I mean, we could probably hire a few of Terry's positions with the amount of funding that would take, just based on the numbers that I'm looking at here. So I would definitely be open to that. I'm not, if it's an effective position and we can hire one or two with what we'd pay anyways for an SRO, I would be open to that discussion. If the rest of the board's open to looking at that, and I think I would add that to that list as well.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Clark?
Yeah, I'm actually in agreement with you on that, and don't get me wrong, because I don't want people to say that I'm anti-SRO, because I'm not. Um, I think if we can try to duplicate Terry, it'd be great, but I do feel the importance of an SRO, because back when I first got on the board, I used to do the knock and talks with, Steve Mucinich. And those were fun because, you know, obviously the police officers would go with us to ensure our safety. I like what you have done with the safety committee. I like the way that the contract is looking, how it's been working, the opportunity for our SROs to roam and visit campus, and also roam the community and, you know, kind of keep our community safe too. I mean, if they're in the area and they get a call, boom, they're there. So I appreciate what you've done with that.
Thank you.
So yeah, I just, you know, and I appreciate the fact that the SROs are there at Cordova right now with, you know, a couple of ongoing issues. So the only thing that I have an issue with in the contract, and it's no fault of their own or our own, but we just haven't held them accountable. Probably about 3 years ago, we used to get some reports of the interactions and the visits from the schools. We haven't got those lately. Is there a reason why?
Those reports are actually provided by the officers, and it should be our responsibility to get them to the board.
Okay,
and
yeah,
make
that's
sure
why I
that
said
we
it's no
we
fault.
can-
I mean,
we can get that.
I actually enjoyed looking at those. So if the board can start getting those again, just to
Yes.
kind of read through them, that would be
I know
great.
too that we kind of structured it a little bit different than what you probably saw 3 or 4 years ago as well.
Right, right.
Some of the information, it was kind of restricted. It used to contain names, student information, you know, that was, you know, because it is involving juveniles, you know, we had to cut that out of the report itself. But it can
Right.
give you some generic information about, you know, the contacts or what the officer's doing, you know, for that week.
Sure. And just for clarification, Superintendent, when we voted on this contract, it was unanimous, right? It was 5-0. Do you remember?
Gosh, I'd have to go back and look at that.
Okay. If you can bring it up, I'd like to know, because,
I know our renewal that was most recent, but I'd have to go back and track that vote.
okay,
Go back and look at that.
just want to make sure. Thank you, DT.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed?
Yeah, you know, obviously, we created the safety committee a couple of years ago to kind of provide recommendations to the board. You know, I guess my preference right now is just defer to the public or the safety committee to continue to provide those recommendations for how we should proceed. Although I personally wouldn't mind if at some point in the future we got back to the prior number of having 6 SROs in the district rather than 4. It seems like a night of math for me. 21,000 divided by 6 is 3,500 students per SRO if you were up at 6 SROs. The problem with 2, and the way it was described, I think, a couple of years ago, is that if one's out on vacation, you basically have one, that they have 4 days, working days, so they have to overlap. And you get much more coverage, guaranteed coverage, if you have 3. If you only have 2, you're going to constantly have gaps.
Right.
So, you know, I really would love to be able to close those gaps. I'm not opposed to what was mentioned about, you know, having another person in Terry's role. But again, I'm talking about, I suppose, an ideal world. I really wouldn't mind getting back up to 6. But Anyway, those are my thoughts, but ultimately I'm going to defer to, I'm curious to get feedback from the Public Safety Committee.
Ms. Laird.
Yeah, so I was actually on that call. And what did kind of come out of it though too was that it was actually administrators, a lot of administrators who were actually asking for the third SROs. I think from safety concerns, from staff. And I think we also kind of discussed the possibility of maybe having some alternate funding sources for a third SRO. So I think we would have to look at, from a budgetary standpoint, if we're hiring somebody like Terry, that's going to come out of our budget, where if we could get an SRO that's funded out of a different mechanism, that might be something that we need to consider. And I think we were also kind of looking at the contract of talking specifically about one thing that we lay out is this relationship building and the difficulty of bouncing from site to site to site, that when you're trying to cover that many sites, especially on Mondays and Fridays, to Mr. Reed's point of the coverage, only having one on each side on the Mondays and the Fridays because of the 4-day workday being a pretty major challenge. And it was actually administrators that were asking more for the lunch check-ins, particularly I think at the elementary and the middle school sites of having the officers in there sitting down with the kids, having lunch, creating that kind of, relationship building. So several of the sites said that they actually had felt a void in the last 3 years of not having that connectivity. So I'll be interested to see when we kind of get a bigger group and more students and things like that in there for a more robust conversation. But that was just kind of just for the group that was there, that was some of the feedback that kind of came there. So I think when we're just looking at budgetary things, stuff like that, we're going to want to be really specific on that, so.
I can tell you that having 2 SROs, you do lose the ability for those officers to connect, at any site. They're usually going to be called in, when there's issues to be dealt with. Having formerly managed the SRO program, in the city of Sacramento and for the Toma School District, where I had 3 sergeants, I had 20, SROs, and having them on campus. And what I found back then is that you could talk to the SRO and he or she could tell you what's going on that campus. Some of the issues that may be coming up. They knew the families, not just the students, they knew the families as well. And so, they connected with them. They went to events, sporting events. They were, on campus for those events, to provide security, if necessary. But so it is a big difference. And having 2, and we lose all of that, So that's information that, we usually going to come from the administration. And the SROs are basically just going to come in and rely on administration and not know a lot of the history between that family, the students, or the staff.
I just had one other point too. I think when we were looking at in the meeting too, that historically there was over interaction between student and law enforcement because of administrators having SROs step in to do certain disciplinary things. And I think that part of Mr. Martin's job has really been to work with staff and do an education component of that. So I think we are almost looking at it a little bit from a different lens because we didn't have that component in place 3 years ago like we have now. So
it's very easy to get law enforcement into the disciplinary role, especially when you're dealing with, students that may be perceived as difficult. It's just a lot easier sometimes. And my role has always been, that we're not going to involve law enforcement in the discipline, under any circumstances, and that's how I think you can really use the SRO in a positive, to be that mentor, to build relationships, because they're not involved in the actual, discipline or even seeing the discipline, carried out. They can come in maybe after the fact and to help students, connecting with services that within the district, within the school, within the community. So.
I think I just have one question. Maybe it's for you, Don. I'm not sure, but I know in our current contract we split the cost with Folsom and as well as the Sacramento County, correct? So if we're talking about adding the third SRO, have we had discussions with Sacramento County, let's say around if we're going to split the cost of that third?
When we had 3, we paid in full for 1 and then split the cost for 2.
Okay.
So we basically we buy 2, get 1 free. And then when we went lower, it was buy 1, get 1. And both agencies said, we're not going to go any lower than
2. I guess this would be helpful to know from the safety committee. I know that's part of what this is talking about the funding for this, but we are not talking necessarily of going from, for lack of a better, 500,000 or 530,000 to 750. We're talking more like 800,000 or 900,000 potentially if we bring in a third SRO.
We'll put some different scenarios together for the safety committee. They'll be looking at some different options.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have.
But can we look at outside funding, as Board Member Larrett said too? Because if you're mentioning that's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that, especially when Sean just talked about the budget and everything. But if we can look at some outside funding, maybe, from the cities.
We are considering that,
Yeah.
at
So
this moment.
it sounds like I think we're fairly clear on the direction, which is what you have here. Yes, we're all for looking at this, as well as at least having that discussion around as an alternative or in addition, depending on the funding, could we bring in more of, tell me the name of the role that Terry's in.
A community service specialist.
Community service specialist. Does that make sense for us as a district to, again, either if we have the funding for it, to add additional or to do that instead of the third? So as long as maybe we add that to the list,
That really, that's our comfort level. That's what we've been talking about in that committee for years.
Perfect. Good. Okay, we will take it out public comment. I don't see any here in person.
Mr. President, actually I have a
Oh,
comment.
sorry,
Yeah,
yes.
no worries. I don't know if this would be more directed toward DT or Mr. Ogden, but has there ever been historic discussion right now of SROs being used in campuses where outside of school hours, in like sporting events, or just activities happening outside of school hours? Because I know there's been some incidents in the past, especially in this district, with fights breaking out at like football games and whatnot. Has there ever been discussion regarding that?
We actually use SROs, and what it's called a, basically it's an off-duty officer is what we, have to contract for. It's kind of a separate office outside of the SROs, but usually the person who fills that role are our SROs. If we hire them just in overtime, it's a little bit steep. But if we go through and both districts, both agencies have what's called the off-duty employment, so the fees are a little bit cheaper. It's probably about a third of the cost, than a overtime officer. But we do use those officers, sometimes. I kind of let the schools determine if that's something that they need, if they perceive or think that, the crowd is going to be bigger than normal, or there may be issues, then, they're more than welcome to hire a off-duty officer or go through and have a uniformed police officer on scene.
So from what I'm understanding, it's separate from the SROs that have been allocated to that school already?
That's correct, because the SROs are basically, if you get it outside of their 10-hour day, then, it becomes overtime. And usually events start, usually about an hour and a half, 2 hours after that, and carry on for, 3 or 4 hours after. So, you can start looking pay-wise, significantly increase.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Great question, Mr. Melchior. Thank you. Good. Okay. We saw no online public comments, no in person. It sounds like you've got clear enough direction of what to bring back to the committee. Oh, great. I keep waiting for Mr. Clark to say we're getting close to 10:30, but we're going to make it. We're probably not going to make it. Is there a motion to extend the meeting if we need to?
I'll move to extend the meeting.
Motion by Ms. Clark.
I guess until 11, just to be safe. I don't think it'll go that long.
I
but
sure hope not. Yeah. Okay. Motion by Ms. Clark to extend the meeting until 11. Is there a second?
I'll move.
Second by Ms. Larrett. Superintendent.
Mr. Melchior?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
And I'm sure we'd have another aye.
Okay, thank you. We only have one more discussion item, which is discussion item E, virtual public commenting discussion. This is from a discussion we brought up through a future agenda item discussion from our last board meeting about the possibility of do we want to continue allowing online comments? There were various reasons that we wanted to bring that up that we discussed a little bit the last meeting. I know Mr. Reed was absent from that discussion, so we wanted to make sure we gave that enough due with the entire board here. I believe this came up for several reasons. One is, the potential for essentially hate speech that would be happening online. There is some precedent for that, at least through city councils. And I don't know, but I think some school boards as well. Certainly, we have not had that yet, but it was more of a proactive discussion to say, is this, can we start having discussions about this now? So I'll kind of leave it open to the board, and if there's anybody that wants to fill in any more about maybe why we would or wouldn't keep virtual public comment. I would just mention one thing. We had a long meeting tonight with a lot of items that are of quite a bit of interest to people, and I believe we had one online public comment that wasn't even able to comment, for what it's worth. So, in terms of how the rest of the board feels about this, Ms. Loftus, we're just opening the item about virtual public commenting. You have support, any comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. President. I mean, it's happened here a couple of times. But, I don't want to deny anybody their right to free speech. So if they call in and say whatever, I mean, we do have the ability to cut them off or admonish them. But I will tell you, I watched the city council meeting, the Rancho Cordova one, and just the comments were just unreal. I mean, it was terrible, and it was one after another. But again, I mean, it's their right to free speech. But I mean, if we continue with this, we can always cut them off. I mean,
after they've made a hateful comment or
I mean, we're lucky right now that we haven't got those.
Yeah, not for a while.
I mean, not for a while. I mean, we did a few years ago, but it's 20. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, are we looking at cost? I mean, because it is.
There is a cost to have someone manning the additional laptop there for public comment virtually is about $10,500 to facilitate the online comments.
And I hear what you're saying too, Mr. Clark. I guess part of my thought around the if somebody wants to speak, we want to allow them to. I do feel like we give plenty of opportunity through the we have the, I don't know if it's a Google form, but online public comment online prior to the board meetings. Certainly people can come here, and I hope people always know they can always email us, and we receive those just as well. And I think all of us read those.
Some of those emails, but.
So I mean, I understand the point, and I feel like those opportunities are there even beyond allowing somebody to speak on Zoom during a board meeting. So I mean, that's kind of where I go, like, we're providing that. People aren't stopped from talking if they're not coming on Zoom. Did you have something? Okay.
Yeah. Superintendent, if we were to stop that practice, could we still accommodate an individual with disabilities, similar to how we accommodate individuals with other types of disabilities, if they informed us before the meeting that they have a disability that prevents them from coming here in person? Could we not treat that as an accommodation without having it as a permanent feature? Could that be considered an accommodation on a one-off basis?
I think what we would do is we would ask that they submit their comments on the Google form, so we could still get that feedback, or email, or both.
You don't think we would be able to accommodate it?
I think that if you either do or you don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I kind of like that idea, though.
Well, it might be worthwhile just maybe asking the attorney.
I can ask the attorney. I think we broached that topic with them. It's
specifically related to disability, though. The two cities that our district go into have now stopped that practice of having online comments. I guess the city of Folsom had stopped it because quite a while ago. And Rancho Cordova, I believe just stopped it because of the incident that they just had, which actually they had to end their meeting early because they just couldn't handle it, the calls that were coming in. And that, obviously we oftentimes have students here. It would just be very unfortunate if we had the type of rhetoric and hateful speech that came out if we had, kindergartners sitting in the front row. And as Mr. Hui pointed out, I mean, tonight we just had one call and the person couldn't even get through. And at least probably over the last year, we've really minimal.
Right, we've been tracking that, and the numbers have decreased substantially.
Yeah, so, and especially, I hadn't really even thought about the cost. Spending $10,000 a year to hear a handful of people, I think, and the potential risk, and again, Mr. Hui is correct. I mean, we're very open and accommodating, maybe overly sometimes. I would probably tend to wish to follow the direction that the city of Folsom, the city of Rancho Cordova went and discontinue it.
And I'm not sure if you heard some of the discussion last meeting, but I did also ask my colleagues, the superintendents in our county, and more of them are going away from the virtual public comment too, because they offer the written comments
forms,
before the meeting and then, in person.
Yeah.
And I just want to clarify too, we're not even talking about taking away the ability to see the meeting online.
Correct.
Just to
Right.
comment.
Correct.
So, because I know that maybe
Still
a transparency issue could come up, but people could still watch the meeting, know what's going on. It would just be the ability to call in.
It's really weird. It seems like people, when their face isn't associated with their comments, people say the most horrible things. And I guarantee you, those people who spoke up at the city of Rancho Cordova, if they had to come and say that right at the microphone, they wouldn't.
Would be a lot less likely.
I think I have two thoughts on that. If we do eliminate the option online and they do want to say it, they will be here. And it is much harder for us to get them to be quiet and stop in person than online. So I do have that thought of, we have had some pretty terrible comments made in person, and it is much more difficult to get them to quiet down, and they can yell all the way out past the microphone. So just keeping that in mind, if we don't have that option and they do want to say it, then they will be here. They're not going to send us an email, they'll come. So I have that thought. And then the second thought is I know that a large number of staff will watch the meeting and potentially have comments to make, so then get on Zoom. Well, they aren't able to come and sit here until 10:30 at night, but they watch, listen, and if something comes up on the agenda, would opt to make a public comment. So I wouldn't want to make a decision prior to kind of putting it out to our groups of our staff that I know sit at home and watch our meetings and potentially would want to get on and make a comment. So it's a lot to expect somebody who's taught all day or been at school all day or drove buses all day to come and sit here for this long. So I wouldn't want to take away that opportunity, especially from our staff, who I feel like are probably the majority of the people that watch it online anyways and listen. So.
Yeah, my only I mean, I'm a little divided on it as well, but one thing that did happen at the Rancho meeting was that we did have a room full of students that were there for, students at City Hall, so that were subjected to that. And luckily they had somebody moderating that was able to quickly turn it off. But yeah, I think too, I mean, if we were getting an overwhelming amount of comments, I think it would feel maybe differently, but I mean, we're just getting so few that I'm not sure that it's getting to the point where we have a lot of staff. But I would be in agreement to maybe reaching out to our staff and seeing how they feel about that. But.
Okay, so I guess my thought tonight would be I would be ready to stop the practice. It sounds like there's a couple, or at least some interest in that, but maybe we want to at least ask our staff first. I also want to add, I don't think it's something we have to bring back and vote on. We just kind of can make a decision as a board and move forward with it, as far as I understand.
That's correct.
So
yes,
we could make the decision, and then if we get a lot of blowback or feedback from staff saying we really need that time, and we can open that back up again. You know, we're not gonna be locked in on this. So I'm comfortable taking it away tonight, but if we want to wait and get feedback from staff, then we can do that.
Do you guys have a thought on this?
It just went on my executive board
List.
Jeanette Sansenbach, FCA. It just went on my board agenda for next week. I do know that there are staff that out there listening, like Ms. Lockhart said, that do go ahead and chime in. I don't know what happened to Tony today.
It happened last time too.
Yeah.
To Tony.
Oh, okay. So I just don't know where their perspective is. And I think it's something that we're going to probably have to take not only to our exec council, but if our exec council would like to hear feedback, we'll have to take it out to rep council. Can't really voice an opinion that I don't know. But
Understandable.
that our members don't necessarily mean they're probably in bed like y'all should be. So.
Ms. Reed,
Yeah, you know, I think at the very least, we should wait for the union to be able to have that conversation if it's on your agenda. But in the meantime, Superintendent, maybe we could find out the question about, you know, could it be an accommodation for disability from our attorney, find out the answer to that. And then I'd also be curious if you, I didn't realize you've been counting, keeping a track of it. Have you been doing it for at least a year? You have? Tracking how many public comments? 2 years, all right. Well, I'd be kind of curious if you just did 1 year back, how much a call we're paying. So if it's $10,000, right, you know, just out of curiosity, I'm not asking for an answer right now, but maybe we could have that for the
Are you
next.
asking for the number or the cost?
Well, basically, can we tabulate essentially what we're paying per call? And meaning that if
Because
it's.
you basically pay a person to be here the whole duration of the meeting.
Yeah.
No matter how many people call in.
Well, no, I know, I'm just saying if it's $10,000,
Oh,
and we've had 5
oh.
calls, divide the 5 calls by the $10,000 so we can identify how much we're actually paying per
Actually,
call.
I think it would probably be the content of what we're discussing at a board meeting on how many people would actually call in. I mean, if it's kind of like a blase, you know, just a simple agenda, I don't think people are going to call. But if it's a hot button issue.
Well, that's why I said do it for a whole year. Because,
okay.
yeah, not like tonight's meeting.
Okay.
No, I meant like for the whole year, if we had 150 callers, you would divide 150 by the 10,000. So we can just get a perspective of exactly how much are we paying for this additional service.
I think that's a great idea. You could probably do that math on your paper right now, right? This is a theme tonight.
I'm missing my cell phone right now.
What sounds like at least where we're landing on this is, yeah, there's some interest. We want to keep talking about it, but we do want to hear, you know, from teachers and see what their thoughts are. I don't have any in-person public comments. Maybe to prove the point, it sounds like we do have a couple of online public comments. Ange, you there?
Hi. So I was supposed to come in today, but sorry. I'm a student at Folsom High School, and I was supposed to come in today to talk at the public commentary, but I couldn't because we had international night today. And so I was going to download Zoom onto my phone, and it didn't work. So I was just listening to the meeting on my phone through YouTube the entire time. And I say all this because I want to bring my perspective of maybe Zoom isn't the right choice. Maybe there's some other way that we can do this, but I like personally, as a person who can't always physically be there in person, I like the option of being able to chime in from afar. So yeah, maybe not Zoom, maybe explore other options, but like keeping open this channel helps from my perspective at least. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Ange. Appreciate the comment. We have one more. Samantha.
Hi, so I meant to be there earlier with my group from Vista Del Lago High School, but my name is Samantha Redding and I'm a senior at Vista Del Lago High. And I want to thank you guys for taking your time to listen to us once again ask that we not only recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, but recognize all of the 28 official commemorative exercises on the high school calendar. It's currently midterms week, which already means a lot of stress and trying to keep a lot of balance in your life. And it doesn't help that I'm physically ill and still trying to make it to these board meetings. So just asking for these days we recognize on the district calendar, I think it means a lot to these students that are still coming out and trying to get their voices heard. While we greatly appreciated the opportunity to meet with Dr. Koligian, and we understand the district's concern for clutter on the calendar website, I think it's important to realize what recognizing these commemorative exercises really means. For instance, May 22nd is recognized as Harvey Milk Day. Harvey Milk was a politician and gay rights activist known for being the first openly gay man to be elected to public office in our state. This day is supposed to serve as a reminder of all his accomplishments through the trials and tribulations he faced as a man in a society that didn't accept him. As a member of the LGBT community, I find his story inspiring and wish that I knew about it, or even that I knew that it existed. I know other people would find his story inspiring too, maybe someone who even needs to hear it. But without knowing about these commemorative exercises, we cannot commemorate the days we've set aside for people like Hal. Without these commemorative exercises being added to the district calendar, we will all continue to be unaware of their existence. Even adding the commemorative exercise to the calendar can increase awareness of these days, including days like Harvey Milk. Every time a day of remembrance goes unnoticed, we're doing that person, that culture, and that reason for celebrating a disservice. So again, we urge you to add these exercises to our district calendar for added visibility. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. We have one more. So just very quickly before I just want to make sure that the rest of the board's okay. If it's another student that wants to talk about commemorative or any other issue, I'm fine taking that. Just want to get the rest of the board's okay with that.
I have a quick question. Do we have to approve going past 10:30?
Oh, we did.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was in the Eastern, sorry.
Okay. Maya.
Hi, I'm Maya Pogenful, and I just wanted to say how having the online ability to speak at board meetings is really helpful because like I can't make it to very many meetings anymore because I have practice. I have sports that I need to attend to, and it like lasts for the time. So being able to speak online gives me a chance to like reach out, like, get my voice heard and stuff like that. So it's really nice to have that ability.
Thank you, Maya.
Mm-hmm.
Any other online comments? No. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion from the board, and yeah, we'll get a pulse of kind of how some other folks are feeling, and then you know, I mean, the good news is if we're not having a lot, that could be a reason to stop it, but it's also makes it very easy to continue to keep it.
So.
Yeah. So thank you for that discussion. That brings us to item 13, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Koligian.
I'll start by saying thank you to the students for their advocacy for looking at recognizing those 28 commemorative days that are in our administrative regulation that were referenced by several of our students tonight. I did speak with Dr. Peace about our SEL equity page, and what is posted there now are our recognition months. And when you click on the month, for instance, March, Women's Heritage or Women's Awareness Month, and also Disability Awareness Month, you click on that and you have resources that teachers can use, or resources available to anyone. And that's what I was showing to the students, that that's where that, you know, the recognition months live. But talking to Dr. Peace, we said, can we add that commemoration days on that space too, by month, by day? And lo and behold, that already exists, because our equity leaders and our C&I team have created that repertory of information that is on the hub for teachers, and I wasn't aware of that. And I said, well, why can't we make that available through a link that, you know, is more forward-facing on the SEL equity page where our heritage months are with the resources. So that was our way of, you know, instead of our district calendar is, you know, if we start putting everything on the district calendar, it is going to, you know, become too much on that particular forward-facing calendar. However, we can still make it available and make it more forward-facing and more market that more to our staff and our students, so they have access to it. So I wanted to mention that. And again, celebrating March Disability Awareness Month. And to that end, we had an amazing special education art show that our CAC helped to host along with Betty Jo and our amazing team. There's still beautiful artifacts around the room. We also had Sam Drazen here and talking about, just inclusion and different types of disabilities to be aware of. And there were free books available because of the donation of a very generous person for the students to take home. And they were categorized by different needs that students have. And that was really impressive too, but it was a great evening. And then also in this last week, we've been celebrating literacy and reading across America. So we thank our schools for opening their doors and inviting us or the community to come in and read to our students. That's always a highlight when we are able to do that. And then I want to recognize our communications team. They won 2 awards last week at CalSPRA. That's Angela, Robin, Jamina. It's a 3-person department, and they have a lot of output. And they earned 2 awards last week, which is the California School PR Association. And that was really impressive to see, because that, again, reflects positively on our district. And we're looking forward to seeing all of you at our State of Our Schools next Wednesday morning. We'll be highlighting students mostly, and some of the highlights of our district. Thank you.
Thank you. And to item 14, board member reports. We'll start with Mr. Merrill.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to keep it short because I am very tired. I just want to talk about International Night and the importance to get the word out about International Night. This is not just a student event. This is an event for, faculty members, community members, church members, like anyone. Anyone can come. Anyone come. Well, only students can perform, but anyone can come watch them perform. We have volunteer opportunities, community service opportunities. We're holding a fashion show like last year. You don't even have to perform to be in the fashion show. You just sign up like the minute before. But I just want to get the word out. We posted a little post on our Instagram about it. We'll definitely be doing more of that in the coming 2 months. But yeah, I'm very excited and I'm very hopeful for how this will turn out. So yeah, spread the word. April 30th.
Thank you. Mr. Melchior.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to recognize that March is Women's History Month, and I want to recognize the contributions that women have made in our district, in our nation, and in our society. I want to once again echo what happened at our SAB meeting yesterday. Thank you to Ms. Wessinger and Ms. Neal for putting a presentation about the aspirational iceberg, which helped the SAB kind of goal set what we want to, what our expectations are and what we want to look forward to in the coming year, since we are starting to plan for the 2024-2025 Student Advisory Board. So it's very nice to kind of gauge where everyone's expectations are. Echoing off Van, I want to also emphasize that everyone is invited to International Night. It's going to be on April 30th from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Cordova High's Performing Arts Center. There will be opportunities to visit some cultural booths, enjoy some really awesome food, and also engage in some really exciting performances from all different students across FCUSD. And this is a really community event, so everyone is invited. And I encourage all of you to come out and just show your support. I want to thank Dr. Jackson and her team for showing up today with the Ethnic Studies update and just highlighting some of the students and some of the achievements that this class has made in the span of only a few months. It's really impressive what an impact this class has made, especially on the students, and seeing how they positively reacted, As a Filipino American, seeing a dedicated chapter in that textbook when I was working in June with this curriculum, it has such a profound impact on yourself and really gets you really connected to what you're learning, and it makes you feel more engaged. And lastly, I want to shout out a more personal note. Myself, along with the club members of Vista Del Lago's Model United Nations team, We will be taking a weekend trip to UC Berkeley to compete in their conference, along with Mr. Luke Schwan of Vista Del Lago. So I just want to shout out the amazing performers and my peers who will be competing this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Loftus?
I also was going to start with Happy Women's History Month and Disability Awareness Month. Congratulations to all of our national board certified teachers. We're very lucky to have so many dedicated lifelong learners. It kind of spills over into our kids becoming lifelong learners. So, and thank you to all of them for coming tonight. Happy Read Across America Week. I've loved seeing all the fun things happening, all the cat in the hats on and things like that. And I'm very much looking forward to International Night. It was one of the best things that I went to last year. My kids ask about it all the time, so they will be with me. So looking forward to it. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Larrett?
Yeah, so the art show last night was amazing, and a shout out to the Vista Del Lago musicians that we had as well. They were awesome, and it just added that extra little something to the show. I would have wanted to buy a piece of art from at least every collection and put them in my office because they're all so cute. Wanted to thank Williamson and RCE for coming out and their awesome presentation. It's just really awesome when you get to see all those components and all the hard work from everybody that at the sites and just seeing all the really cool things that they're doing. And then did want to thank the communications department for their awesome video at CHS. I'm so excited about it, and I'm just so excited for our community to be able to really see a lot of the cool programs and things like that and all the hard work that's going on over there. So thanks for all of that. I know that was a big undertaking, so I appreciate all the work on that. Thank you.
Ms. Reed?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank all of the Folsom High School students, teachers, and parents that came out tonight to speak about the short day being moved from Friday to Thursday. And, one of the things that perhaps, obviously it wasn't agendized, so we didn't have an opportunity to engage in conversation on that. That decision is actually not a board decision. But at the same time, I really wonder if we shouldn't be listening to them to a certain degree, given the fact that we hardly ever hear from Folsom High students, parents, and teachers. We hear a lot over the last couple of years from Vista Del Lago and Cordova High, but Folsom High has been a pretty silent campus. And we received over 50 written comments electronically today from students that came on this issue. They have over 2,000 signatures objecting to this change. And when you look at all of our schools, it's the highest ranked school in the country, or in the district, in the U.S. News World Report. I mean, it's in the top 4% of the top schools in the country. In the California, it's ranked 164. In Sacramento metro area, it's ranked number 6. But when you look at the other 5, it's the only school that has over 2,000 students that is in that category. 4 of the 6 schools that are in that category have less than 1,000 students. It is an exceptional school. And they've had this since the 1990s. They were the very first school to do this. They've been doing this for over 30 years now. And, we used, I guess, as a justification that, most or almost all of our schools are on Thursday, but let's remember that we just added all those schools on Thursday a year ago. Elementary, because the elementary didn't used to have this. So we chose to put this on Thursday a year ago, and now we're using that decision a year ago to impact a school that's been doing this for 30 years. And successfully. It does concern me that we could potentially be disrupting our most successful school in the district, and one that we hardly ever hear from. We want to hear from people, and we just generally don't hear from Folsom High. We heard from them tonight. And I really think we need to think about this just a little bit. You know, I don't disagree with the staff's arguments for having a single day. I think they make a lot of sense. But why can't that unified day be on a Friday rather than a Thursday? Why couldn't that unified day, even potentially, even though they weren't asking for it, be on a Wednesday? Why did we choose Thursday? I mean, we have 5 days in the week. What was the science behind Thursday? And when we made that decision, did we ever think of how it could potentially disrupt? You know, all right, it's one school, but again, it's our largest, most populous, and recognized school. And I think they made a point that we should at least consider. But anyway, those are my, and I did write down the various things that they were saying. There was overlap. I mean, the words that I heard was mental health. Words I heard was mental health, incentives, jobs, transition to the weekend, motivations, motivation to show up, student athletes, students. Parents and teachers all support Fridays, extracurriculars, theater, staff input, and then the balance in the pursuit of excellence. They were just all things that they were saying that I just kind of jotted down. So anyway, so I guess I might just encourage that we might at least think about it a little bit more, but ultimately, you know, it is not a board decision. Let's see, the commemorative exercises. You know, I think we've come to a place that I think makes sense. We're talking about multiple commemorative exercises. It may even be more than the students are even indicating. Excuse me. You know, I think they were mentioning 21 or 28 or something. But, you know, I mean, I'd love to see what actually, I guess it's in the AR, so I'll go take a look. But, you know, what I'm just wondering, obviously, we can't really put them all on the calendar that we're used to looking at to see what the days off are, because that calendar would just get so cluttered. But I don't see why we couldn't potentially put it right next to it. So you have two links. You have a link to look at the calendar to see what the days off are, and you know when the first day of school is, the last day of school is, and then right next to it have a commemorative exercises link that you just click on, and it opens up the calendar, lists all of the commemorative days and commemorative months. I think that's a pretty neat solution, and why not front load it on the on the website where people don't have to go search for it. So anyway, I just wanted to mention or call that out as well. So those are my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Well, happy Women's History Month. I want to acknowledge the women for the contributions that they've made, like our student board member said, throughout our city, state, country, and the world. I want to thank the loyalty riders for coming out to Kenny and doing their presentation. I mean, that was a really fun event. And yes, I did ride a horse and I enjoyed it. And I want to thank Cordova High for their Black History celebration, their BSU. I had the opportunity to sit on a panel with Dr. Eugene Spencer and answer questions from the students. And Dr. Eugene Spencer was the first African-American dentist here in Sacramento. And it was and a founding board member of the Greater Sacramento Urban League. So I felt extremely honored to be on the panel and answer questions with him. Yesterday was the annual Art Enrichment Show. As you can tell by the art, it was just amazing, and just to connect with the students and see their work and how excited they are. So my thanks to the CAC for putting that on. Commemorative exercises, I'm all for it. I mean, Mr. Reed mentioned that maybe we can have a separate calendar. That would be great. Speaking of that, I know at the last board meeting I had asked if it was possible, and if there's still a few more weeks we can pull it off, to have something at Cordova High for Cesar Chavez Day. Because as you know, 40 years ago, he was on Cordova's campus. There is a marker there where he was, and it would just be nice to kind of celebrate that. I had a good time at Rancho Cordova Elementary yesterday, Read Across America. My sincere apologies to Cordova Villa. We had our times mixed up, and I couldn't make it today, so I owe you guys. And a few meetings ago, probably a couple of months ago, I asked if there was any movement with the Sutter renaming committee, if there was going to be one. So I'm going to ask the superintendent if there has been any movement on it. And if so, if you can keep the board abreast of it.
Looking for a date for the naming committee to reconvene.
Perfect. Okay. And it's way past my bedtime. So that's it for me.
Thank you. I don't have any report tonight, but I did want to mention, and please somebody correct me if I've misremembered this. Mr. Johnstone tonight mentioned something about a rumor that we're having discussions about removing Vista's block schedule. I just want to make clear that's not a discussion that we are having or have had or plan to have, just so that there's no confusion around that. So that's it for my report tonight. That gives us to item number 15, advanced planning. Item A, the next board meeting, our next regularly scheduled board meeting is for March 21st, right here, back here in this room. Item B, 12-month board calendar. It is there for your review. Item C, suggested future agenda items. Are there any suggested future agenda items? I'm not hearing any, so we'll go then down to item 16, recess closed session. We did finish up everything we needed to do the first closed session. So actually that brings us to item 20, adjournment. And before we adjourn, I just did want to recognize, it's been quite a year for our district with a lot of grief. And since our last board meeting, we've had another student pass away, an 8th grade student from Sutter Middle School. So we'll keep his name confidential, but do want to close out this meeting in honor of the 8th grade student at Sutter Middle School that passed away. So with that, unless there's any objection, we will adjourn. Not hearing any, we are adjourned.